make it straight or should we keep it crooked? All good? Baruch Hashem. The Rebbe started off a number of Fabrengens, quoting from the Alter Rebbe, so Gevem Avus, by the Alter Rebbe's Chassidim. Abishas Mizok L'chaim, Abishas Steinim from the Mishpacha, if someone from the family sits, oh wow. Shasim Zok L'chaim, when we say L'chaim at a Yom the Pagra, at a Chsidish Yom Tif, that we have in mind not just ourselves, but our Bnei Bayis, B'chol HaMestarech Lahem. So Takia, a day like this, a Chag HaGeula, the Yom HaGeula of the Frierdiker Rebbe, the Yom HaLedus from the Frierdiker Rebbe, the Yom HaGeula of the Frierdiker Rebbe, such a special Yom Tif, such a special time, is Taket, Daf Mezogen L'chaim, Fazich und Bnei Bayis, as will sein a Geula, and that we should all have a Geula and anything that we might need, the Gashmius, the Beruchnius, the Guf, the Nefesh, so sein bei uns Achte, the Chesed, und so sein die Geula mit es war Shlema, bei uns alle, take it from me, Ad Mamash, L'chaim, L'chaim. Kaposhut, we all know the story of Yud Beis Tammuz. But this doesn't mean that we should not talk about it, and we shouldn't think about it again. I saw a video of the Rebbe that a Fruma couple comes by the Rebbe by dollars, and they asked the Rebbe for bracha. Unfortunately, nicht gewen Kinder, nicht gewen Zarach Hayve Kayama, and they asked the Rebbe for bracha. So Frum couple, it's clearly a Frum couple, and the Rebbe asks them, "What's with Ta'as HaMishpacha?" So they're surprised. The husband is sure we keep Ta'as HaMishpacha. So the Rebbe says, "Man darf machen sicher zu chazern, man darf halten in chazern." You have to keep on repeating. You have to keep on reviewing the halachas of Ta'as HaMishpacha. You have to keep on reviewing. The Rebbe says, "Also Bal Yamalit." So Bal Yamalit, it's most probable, or it's impossible not to forget something Bizman Lizman. That's how a human being is made. We're not made that as soon as most of us at least, I could speak for myself, that you read something once, you hear something once, and you remember it forever. Something we remember, but it's Bali Mullet that we should not forget some details or not realize certain details. I mean, there's a lot to be said about the way we learn and so on, but definitely anything that is important has to be reviewed. So the Rebbe says to this couple that you have to make sure to review the halachas of Ta'as HaMishpacha Yedet Tzlav Chadashim. Every 12 months you have to review. It's true with regards to Ta'as HaMishpacha, it's true with regards to Hilchos Shabbos, it's true with regards to anything important in our life. It's true with regards to anniversary. Chsidish Yid, an elderly Chsidish Yid went into the Rebbe once a Yechidus. And after the Yechidus, I'm sure they spoke Dvarim Shalem, Rumen Shalem, as every Chassid when you go into Yechidus. But then at a certain point in the Yechidus, the Rebbe asks him, "No, was heint? Was heint? What's today?" He doesn't know. He looks at the Rebbe, asks him again, "Was heint? What's today?" Third time, whatever. The Rebbe says, "Today is your anniversary." He tells this Chassid, "Today is your wedding anniversary." Not getting into a Shalom Bayis discussion over here. We're talking about the certain things that you have to focus on and you have to remember. So sure he knew that it was his anniversary. It's something that's important. It's something important for him to focus on, to think about. There are bigger things. He's going to Yechidus. No, but certain things you have to think about. You have to remember. You have to be Mala Aladas. You have to bring it to your mind once again. You have to retell the stories. We know with regards to Yutas Kislev, the Frierdiker Rebbe describes in great length the way the previous Rabbeim and the children of the Rabbeim, the way they used to tell the story of Yutas Kislev, and it was Kilo Chai B'Hem, it connect them. Why? Because it's such a great, significant event. So Yud Beis Yud Gimel Tammuz is definitely right up there in its great significance and its power and its strength and importance. So first of all, I want to thank the Ma'argenim and thank you for the invitation to come for Brings. It seems and looks like a beautiful Kehila Baruch Hashem, Avarim Kehila, Chiddush Kehila. So it's an honor to Fabring with you, and hopefully you'll think so. You'll think the same thing at the end of the Fabringim, or in a few hours from now, that it's a pleasure to Fabring together. But Zichar, this is a time, or tonight, if you didn't do so yet with your mishpacha, tomorrow, to tell the story of the Frierdiker Rebbe, to speak about the Mesilas Nefesh of the Frierdiker Rebbe, speak about the Geula of the Frierdiker Rebbe. It's a huge, huge day. You know, we're going to get to Yom Tov Shavuos. The Gemara speaks about that. Rabbi Yossi used to say, if not for this day, how many Rabbi Yossis would there be? And I think that we could say, if I may, that Yud Beis Tammuz is a day like that. I'm not comparing it to Shavuos, but I'm comparing it to the idea, if you think about what happened on Yud Beis Tammuz, if you think about it, it's an unbelievable day. And if not for the day of Yud Beis Tammuz, where would Yiddishkeit, what would Yiddishkeit be like today? And there are a number of such events on the Yiddish calendar and on the Chassidish calendar. And Yud Beis Tammuz is right up to this, a day that the Rebbe verbringt every single year, with the ganzen Trask, with the ganzen Sturm. Unbelievable reiche Verbringens, very rich Verbringens, beautiful Verbringens. I'll focus for a moment. What happened on Yud Beis Tammuz? And perhaps it could be compared. I didn't see this anywhere. Take it for whatever it's worth. But in the second Beis Hamikdash, before the second Beis Hamikdash was Nechrav, Baba Nesenu. Excuse me. The Gedolei Yisrael of that time knew about it. Reb Tzadok, as is known, the Gemara tells us, Reb Tzadok started fasting 40 years before the Churban Abayis. The Asara Nisim that were taking place in the Beis Hamikdash, that the Mishnah tells us about, stopped happening. There was major stuff. And it was understood, it was felt that the Beis Hamikdash was about to be destroyed. As is well known, with Divrei Mei Yisrael, that there was a machlokes in Yerushalayim, there was a siege around Yerushalayim, and there was a disagreement as to how to deal with the siege, whether to give in to the Romans or to fight against them. Rabbi Yochanan and Zakkai, at a certain point, the head of the Biryonim, the ones that felt that the Romans should be fought, was a nephew of Rabbi Yochanan and Zakkai, and Rabbi Yochanan and Zakkai called him and said, we have to figure this out. There's no way that we're going to be victorious over the Romans. We have to surrender. And he said, there's nothing to talk about. Even if I agree with you, I'll never be able to get my cheder to follow you. There's nothing that I could tell them. They don't listen to me. They won't listen to me. There's nothing to do. So Al's Gemara. So Rabbi Yochanan Zakkai said to him, he said, get me out of the city. Rabbi Yochanan Zakkai said to him, get me out of the city. Get me out of Yerushalayim. So he made a plan with his uncle, Rabbi Yochanan Zakkai. He said, let out a rumor that you became very ill, and only your close Talmidim should be allowed in to see you. And a few days later, let out a rumor that Shavak Chaim, and that way you'll be able to come out and get out of Yerushalayim. A famous story, so they did that. Rabbi Yochanan Zakkai makes it out of Yerushalayim with his Talmidim. Again, I'm not going to get into all the details of the story, which are very dramatic, very interesting. He comes out of Yerushalayim, he goes straight to the general, the Roman general that was there, and he tells him that, he's happy to see the king. He says it twice. So the general tells him, Vespasian tells him, I should Yerchayev Misa twice. So why? So first of all, I'm not the king. And second of all, if I am the king, why didn't you come tell me till now? Right after this, he got the Vespasian was told that the king was killed, the king died, and Vespasian was coronated as a king, or he was announced to be the king. So Vespasian saw this. It's a himel de kezach. So he tells Rabbi Yochanan Zakkai, "What could I do for you?" So Rabbi Yochanan Zakkai famously asked him, he wants to have three things. Ten li yavne b'chachamel. Allow the mishpacha of Ram Gamliel that they should be spared, and get me a good doctor for Reb Tzadok. And because of that, Rabbi Yochanan Zakkai Yavne v'Chachamel survived, and Teresh Shabbat survived, and we're here to tell the story. So yeah, Rabbi Yechon Zakkai had critique. There were people that didn't like it, but if not for that day, not for that time, if not for Rabbi Yechon Zakkai, Bush saved Yiddishkeit. If not for Rabbi Yechon Zakkai and his idea and what he did, I can't imagine what Yiddishkeit would look like. He saved Yiddishkeit in that time. Again, I'm saying this my own boichsvaris, but if you think about what happened in Yudais Tammuz, I think that it's something similar to that moment. There's a Yid by me in Shul. I have a few Eidos over here. There's a Tayada Yid. His name is Reb Reuven. Reb Reuven, you know Reb Reuven, yeah? You don't know Reb Reuven. You have to come just to meet Reb Reuven. It pays. Reb Reuven is Baruch Hashem Aben Tishim. Right? Gesund and stark. He comes to Shul every day. He's a Balkeda during the week. And Reb Reuven has a lot of very special qualities. Gesund and stark. Very, very tired Yid. One of his special tchunas, one of the very special characteristics, he's a very calm person. I never saw him get upset. I never saw him get angry. He's very, not just patient, but he's happy to see another person. He always greets people very warmly. He davens. There are a lot of very special things about him, but one of the unique characteristics, I know Baruch Hashem for quite a number of years, around 20 years, I could only think of one time that he got upset. I see him basically every day, almost every day I see him. And one time he got upset. What's the event? We had a Fabrengen. And there were different people from the community that were invited. And there was one fellow that was invited. I work with the Jewish Russian community in Toronto. And one fellow that was invited is obviously not very able. Someone at the Fabrengen was speaking about the way Lubavitch kept Yiddishkeit alive in Russia. And this fellow said, you guys are a bunch of liars, propaganda, sinish emes. There's nobody was frum in Russia. Yiddishkeit was dead in Russia. Didn't happen. We always judge things based on what we see. So he never saw Yiddishkeit. So in his mind, it's nicht gedenken Yiddishkeit. And don't make your Rebbe so big. He didn't fight against it. Reb Reuven got very upset. He said, "What's that's the boss? I am a living edus that the only one that kept Yiddishkeit alive in Russia was the Frierdiker Rebbe, and he fought to keep Yiddishkeit alive. So you went under the Frume Yidden, absolutely, but as a movement and with meistes and chadarim and mikvahs and so on, the only ones that were doing it. So he started screaming at Reb Reuven, "You're a shakran, you're part of the propaganda," And Reb Reuven got very, very upset. He said, "Ich bin a lebendiger Eid. I'm a living witness that the Frierdiker Rebbe was the only one." So he explained, "What is? How am I a living witness?" He says, "Ich bin a Litvish Arid. My father was a very proud Litvak. My father was also a very smart man," Reb Reuven says. And he started looking around to see what's going on in Russia, that he saw Yiddishkeit as Pashut being eradicated, being destroyed, finished, gendikt. And he asked himself, this is what Reb Reuven shared. He shared it many times, but this is the first time I heard it. It's so dramatic. It wasn't just And my father looked around and he asked around, what could I do to keep my children Yiddish? That they should be Shemini Torah mitzvahs. And my father, he's a smart Yid, he said, and he realized and he came to the conclusion that the only way my children will remain from a Yidden is if we go and hang around with lubavitch chassidim. And that's what he did. He traveled from Vilna, he traveled to Samarkand. He said him and Samarkand, him and lubavitch chassidim, have nothing to do with each other. He was a proud Litvak. But he traveled to there and he stayed with her in Taka, he says. I'm a frum Yid today, simply because of that. So this Reb Reuven was a Talmud by Rabbi Yankel Landau, and he stole Nevler. When he speaks about what it was like in Samarkand, he was part of Tiferes Bachurim, the original Tiferes Bachurim. He wasn't part of the Tmimim, but it was fascinating. The Frierdiker Rebbe knew very well Basatutzach. Frierdiker Rebbe knew very well that he's standing up against a Malchus or a Shah Mamash that was eradicating Yiddishkeit, and umizak b'chsidim that the regime wanted to make a deal with the Frierdiker Rebbe. At a certain point, they realized the Frierdiker Rebbe is not backing down, so they want to make a deal. You could have shulen, you could do your fabrengens, but stop with the chadorim. Let's just stop with that, and we'll let you do whatever you want. Make a backroom deal. I figured that was a eingestellt. Darf lav, and he knew what he was doing. And he describes when he was arrested. I mean, we all know the fabrengen of Purim, Peizayin, before he was arrested, and everybody was crying and screaming, "Oivei, stop!" Who was screaming? His mother, the Heilige Rebbetzin. Big Chassidim were begging the Frierdiker Rebbe to stop speaking the way he was speaking. These weren't stomp people; these were holy people. But the Frierdiker Rebbe sich weggestellt with absolute Mesiras Nefesh. And Mesiras Nefesh is not just, let's see what happens. Mesiras Nefesh is again great, Rachmana litzlan, again great, Mamash of Mesiras Nefesh, that he should, what happened, Yud Beis Tammuz, less than a month after he was arrested, as a Gemen HaGeula. And as the Frierdiker Rebbe says, Lo Yisrael Bilvad Gal, that this applies to every single Yid, even if it's just a Yid by token. Why? So obviously the Ruchnisdike reasons, but Pashur B'Pashtus, the fact that the Frierdiker Rebbe survived meant that Yiddishkeit survived in Russia, and Yiddishkeit moved on to America, moved on to Eretz Yisrael from Russia. Rachmana litzlan. If Stalin would have been successful, and then Hitler Yamach would have been successful, what would have been left of Shminas Torah Mitzvos? What would have been left of it? Rachmana litzlan. But the Frierdiker Rebbe kept the Yiddishkeit alive in Russia. And from there went to Eretz Yisrael, and from there went to America. From Chassidim came to America. On the Baruch Hashem, we see today the Ma'apecha. That today, how many people are affected by the fact that the Frierdiker Rebbe survived? So this is Bashat Zal Yemas Hashem. We have to realize that this is Bashat a day that changed history forever. That we have Yiddishkeit today, Baruch Hashem, so the Yiddishkeit, so the echte Yiddishkeit, serious Yiddishkeit, beautiful Yiddishkeit. And Yiddishkeit is synonymous with Geula. Through Yiddishkeit, the Eibishter is known, and through that, this is Geula. This is Geula. So this is a Geula for every single one of us. Rachmana litzlan, how dark the world would be, and how awful the world would be, if not for Yud Beis Tammuz. So this is a day, first and foremost, we have to celebrate the great fact that the Eibishter saved the Frierdiker Rebbe, and he brought a Geula to him and to all of Klal Yisrael. And what this means to us, to every single one of us, there are many different ways that we could discuss it. Be'ezer Hashem we will. But Seiv Davar Akel Nishma, it means as when it comes to any matter of Shmiras Torah Mitzvahs, comes to matters of Yiddishkeit, basic Yiddishkeit, fundamental Yiddishkeit, Dafen Genu Mesiras Nefesh, that we have to decide, no matter what the challenge is, no matter what the difficulty is, no matter what's in our way, no matter what's in our mood, no matter what this, that was a Wegstellen. Stand up like a rising lion, stand up like a wall against whatever challenges there might be. Varavaya Yokum La'ad. And we should have the schus to be part of being Megale Elokus, to make the Eibishter's plan a reality. L'chaim, l'chaim, l'chaim. L'chaim, l'chaim, l'chaim. "40 years ago, Tavshin Memhei, 1985, the Rebbe Fabreng, Yud Beis Tammuz." So before we get into stories and Maises and Geschäften, I just want to share an akuda of what the Rebbe spoke about at that Fabrengen. There's the Yud Beis Tammuz, all of the Rebbe's Fabrengen is a mamish liquid gold, poshet, most beautiful treasures that the Eibishter gave us. I want to share one word from the Maimer that the Rebbe said at that Yud Beis Tammuz Fabrengen. The Maimer was based on the pasuk Arba Tzrichim Lahedis. Arba Tzrichim Lahedis. And this is connected with the Maimer that the Frierdiker Rebbe said when he came out of prison. Arba Tzrichim Lahedis. There are 4 different types of people. A person that is not well, and as is known, it's Rosh Hashanah Chaim. A person that was not well and had a full recovery has to thank the Eibishter, has to say Birkas HaGoimel. A person that was arrested, a person that traveled across an ocean, a person that traveled across a midbar, a desert. So these four categories are people that have to thank when they come out of the predicament that they were in, have to thank the Eibishter. In this Maimer, the Rebbe focuses on these 4 different areas, the way it applies to our life. Because as we know, Yiddishkeit is not about something that happened many years ago, but it's a story about our life. Of where you stand today and how to move out of the the predicaments, the webs that we get spun into, the rut that we get stuck in, and the other Inish Benavshe, when we're aware of these things, when we're serious about this, we know that nobody has a free ride. Sometimes we look at other people and say, "Oh, if only I would be as smart as this one. If only I would be as gifted as the other one." But each one of us has our own challenges. And yes, some of us might be smarter, some of us might be happier by nature, and some of us might have aslach in this area, that area. But each one of us has our certain areas of galus. So the Abba, that's Tzrichim Lahedis. How do we apply this to our life? How do we look at this in our life? We start off with a person that is arrested. It's a person that's arrested. A person that's not well. What's a person that's not well? A person that is nefesh bahamis, that he doesn't feel the warmth and the excitement of Yiddishkeit. Naturally, when it comes to do a mitzvah, a Yid should be excited. Naturally, a Yid should be excited about every opportunity to serve the Eibishter. I have an opportunity to put on tefillin. I have an opportunity to daven with a minyan. I have an opportunity to put a penny for tzedakah. I have an opportunity to do a Yiddah Torah. I have an opportunity to learn a few minutes of Torah. It should make me excited. If I'm not feeling it, not that I grew up, Rahman al-Islam, there are people that have medical illnesses, medical challenges, that they don't feel pain. They could have a big, Rahman al-Islam, no one should know such thing. They get an infection, it doesn't affect them, they don't feel it. Might say, oh, Machaya, you don't feel it, it's great. No, it's the biggest problem. A fever, an infection, Rahman al-Islam, everybody should be gesund and stark. But if a person has an infection, or there's a foreign entity in a person's body, there's any type of other illness that a person's facing and doesn't feel it, you have a problem. It's not called maturity, it's not called maskil, it's not called enlightened. So Rahman al-Islam is nicht gesund. It's a problem. So Kehilas is a person that's lacking a spiritual sensitivity, or sensitivity to something that is holy. A person that is arrested is kapashut, what this means spiritually to us. Who runs your life? Does your Nefesh Elokis run your life? Your Nefesh Bahamis runs your life? Who runs your life? When was the last time you stopped and thought? Who runs your life? The famous story of the guy that comes up Lamaila after 120, and there's a line, one line of the people, that the husbands that wore the pants in their house. Here's a line of people that that the wife made the decisions in the house, and then there's another line for the men that they made the decisions in the house, and the line of the men, the husbands, that listened to their wife made the decisions was a very long line. And the other line of the husbands that that used to run their house was a very short line. And then suddenly they see, so we're not going to call him Moshe, all the Yidden sollen sein gesund und stark, we'll call him John. And John gets in line, and everybody knows that John, that his plaintiffs that made all the decisions in the house. And they see he's standing in the line of the husbands that made their own decisions. So John, everybody knows that in your house, we know who made the decisions. So what John answered? So I don't know. She told me to stand in this line. A person that is arrested. So how should our life run? Not by the Nefesh Bahamis. Our life should run by the Nefesh Elokis. That our neshama should decide what I do and when I do, what I read, what I don't read, where I go, where I don't. My neshama should decide these things. Unfortunately, it could happen that a person is arrested. What happens when a person is arrested? The Rebbe describes it at length in this Maimer. Highly recommended. When a person is arrested, someone else decides where you should look. Someone else decides what you should do, when you should do it, what you should eat, when you should eat. Someone else makes all the decisions for you. In our life, let's make this Rahman al-Islam, a person that the Nefesh Bahamis makes the decisions. You're going to look over here. You're going to do this. You're not going to do that. Rahman al-Islam. Person that's arrested. Passing a midbar. What's passing a desert? So a desert is described as a place where nothing grows. There's no alakus in the desert. So by then, in the life of a person, sometimes it might happen, Rahman al-Islam, that we go through a path of that there's a lack of elikus in our life. And what's Yerdi Hayam? Hayam is associated with a mabul, confusion. Right there, we don't know what's right and what's wrong, and we get caught up. This one with parnasa, with business. The problem is not doing parnasa. The problem is that it becomes the occupation of my mind. And das ligich, this becomes my life. I forget, I become confused. What's important, what's not important. People become confused. There's things that Torah says. The example that the Rebbe gives, And this Maimer, again, highly recommended to learn it tonight, tomorrow morning, Faran Daven and Nachum Daven and whatever.
Which year?
40 years ago, Tavshin Mem Hey. A person that eats, but he forgets why he eats. So why do we have to eat? I say, Eibishter gemacht. Eibishter gemacht, I said, no, I have a goof body, you have to take care of your goof. In order to take care of your goof, you have to eat. So a good Zachzes, it's a good thing. It's healthy. Rahman al-Islam, if you don't eat, you have a big problem. But it's shaykh to forget why you're eating. And what happens when you forget why you're eating? So it looks good, it tastes good. It becomes an occupation, it becomes an obsession. We live in a time, whether we like it or not, the Rebbe gesagt, it's a letzter dörfen Golos, the erste dörfen Geula. So we have Madana Mitzvim Ka'afar. So Amal, it wasn't too long ago. Rahman al-Islam, people died of malnutrition. Rahman al-Islam, nicht gehen was zu essen. Today, Baruch Hashem, the eating issues that people have is not because they're lacking food. It's too much food, too much garbage. There's a letter from the Rebbe speaks about proper eating. The Rebbe says simply you have to think about why you're eating. If you remember that you're eating in order to be gesund, so by definition, you have healthy eating habits. I look like a bad exemplar for such talk. But we know if Abraham, when we speak. Sorry? So far, I'm only eating healthy food. Okay, we say that. But if we remember why we're eating, so you eat properly. You remember why you're doing things. So why are you doing business? You're going into business because that's able to Eibishter. That's how you should support your family. So what happens when a person gets stuck in the mabul? We're in the Maimer. So I'm just repeating it in English and a little bit whatever, and it's slightly entertaining. But we're in the Maimer. It's mamash what the Rebbe writes over there. Where a person knows what he wants, he's not confused. Was sagst du? Lass du say that though? So when a person remembers why he's eating, there's no issue. There's no eating disorder. No one should know there are people that have issues. Not them. But there's some people. I'm not all present company excluded. That because it tastes good, because it looks good, because it was on sale, because Costco had it 1 million packs for $3, so I have to buy it. These silly reasons of why. What is this? This is confusion. We forget why we're doing things. Somebody wrote to the Rebbe that the doctor told him, Rahman al-Islam, that he didn't write Rahman al-Islam, but the way he writes a letter, that the doctor told him he has to start doing exercise. So they told him two exercises. What's the problem? The Rebbe says you should review in your mind words of Torah. You should know Torah by heart. And when you're doing your exercise, you should think the words of Torah. Kapashra should be done up in Shulchan Aruch. If you state the Shulchan Aruch, not to do anything against the Hepech halacha. But the exercise is not a problem. If that's what a person needs for his body, that's what it is. That's what Rebbe addresses in this Maimon. The Rebbe speaks about food. That a drowning or passing the ocean is a person that doesn't remember why he's eating. That we're able to get out of this. We're not stuck in these matzavim. We're not stuck in this situation. You're able to go beyond that. How is it shaykh that the Eibush takes you through these moments? The Eibush takes you out of these moments. And now, I mentioned it. That it's not a place of Adam. There's nothing that grows there. There's two elements. There's no Elikus, and there is Dvarim Mazikim. So a person is able to go through this. And how do we go through this? Through the Haidah. So but that klal the part is that when you go through it, then you express your gratitude to the Eibishter. It says through Haidah. What's the idea of Haidah? Meida'ani Haidul Hashem Kira B'Shmai. A relationship with the Eibishter that is L'mayla Mitamadas. L'mayla Mitamadas. That's surrendering to the Eibishter. And to realize that this is the greatest bracha that you could have in your life. When a person is Maida, when he has a Haidah in his life, he has the maturity and the strength to surrender to the Eibishter. There's a story that the Frierdiker Rebbe says that when he turned 15 years old, actually the Frierdiker Rebbe said it 85 years ago, Tavshin Hey, the Frierdiker Rebbe said it again, that when the Frierdiker Rebbe turned 15 years old, Tav Reish Nun Hey, 1895, so at that time the Rebbe Rashab was in the summer, the Rebbe Rashab spent it out of the city, out of Lubavitch, and he would go to Lubavitch for Shabbos, but then he would go to this place. I don't think the Frierdiker Rebbe says the name of the place that the Rebbe Rashab went to, but he went for a datsha or whatever it was. And before Yud Beis Tammuz was that year, Yud Beis Tammuz was on Shabbos. I'm sorry, on Thursday. On Wednesday, the Rebbe Rashab told the Frierdiker Rebbe that tomorrow morning you should come to me early. It's interesting. Frierdiker Rebbe doesn't say that the Rebbe Rashab said what time to come. He said come early. So at 4 o'clock, the Frierdiker Rebbe was already by the Rebbe Rashab. 4 a.m. it is. And the Rebbe Rashab was already after mikveh. And they traveled to Lubavitch, and the Rebbe Rashab said, "There's Megate in Lubavitch." The Frierdiker Rebbe said to him, but the mother of the Rebbe Rashab, Rebbe Tzanivke, she's going to get nervous because she doesn't know there was a surprise visit. So the Rebbe Rashab said, "Don't worry, Daigenish, she knows about this." In other words, this is premeditated by the Rebbe Rashab. It was pre-planned. And went to Lubavitch. First went to the house of the Rebbe Rashab's mother, the Kehilas, and then they went together, the Rebbe Rashab together with the Frierdiker Rebbe went to the oil. And the Rebbe Rashab opened the Aron Kodesh that was there. It was an Aron Kodesh adjacent to the oil. The Rebbe Rashab opened, you have to read that, very, very dramatic. It's in Sefer HaSichos, Yud Beis Tammuz, Tavshin Hey. Very easy to find. Yeah? Sorry? Saying it's also Makot Diburim? Could be. That's what you said, it's also Makot Diburim. And the Frierdiker Rebbe described in great detail of the way his father stood next to him. He opened the Aron Kodesh, and he said that I'm giving over to you the work. So Zayin, I'm not repeating the words verbatim. You could open it. And the Rebbe Rashab said, "Ich bring dir als Akedah." Just like Avram brought Yitzchak to the Akedah, so too am I bringing you to the Akedah. Imagine these words. Just like Avram brought Yitzchak to the Akedah, he's telling us the 15-year-old Frierdiker Rebbe is turning 15 years old that morning. Ich bring dir to the Akedah. And just like a carbon has to be without a psul, that you should be without a psul. And the Rebbe Rashab is sehr stark zerweint. Started crying profusely. The Rebbe says, and seeing that my father, naturally I did the same. And Rebbe Rashab continued saying, Chag Rabbeis Masnel, that in order for a person to have healthy seichel umidos, healthy emotions and thoughts, it's necessary to have Chag Rabbeis Masnel. Masnel are the thighs, the loins, as it's usually translated, have to be strapped with ois. Bus is ois. Courage. What is courage? Mesiras nefesh. Bus is ois. Mesiras nefesh. Bus is Mesiras nefesh. Azay und nicht anders. Like this and not different. This is what the Rebbe Rashab think about this. This is early morning. They're traveling. They're up since 4 in the morning. This is Berech 8:30 in the morning. The Aron Kodesh is open at the Ohel of the Reb Marash and the Tzemach Tzedek and the other Kedei Elyon that are there. That in order to have healthy Seichel Amidis, you need to have healthy thighs, healthy loins. What does it take? You have to strap them. What do you strap them with? Ois, courage. What does courage mean? Azay und nicht anders. Like this and not different. This is what the Rebbe Rashab said to the Frierdiker Rebbe then. That's the only thing that the Frierdiker Rebbe repeats, if I remember correctly. So now, this something that you see very say L'chaim. I repeated the part from the Maimon, the part from the Frierdiker Rebbe. We'll say L'chaim, and then we'll move into Divrei my Parshanut. L'chaim, L'chaim, L'chaim. Azeu nishtander. Each one of us should be minded to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Each one of us should go through that should go through any challenges that we might face. Should be b'atzlacha rabba. L'chaim, L'chaim. Should be true geula by your soul. L'chaim. When the Rebbe mentions in the Kuda that Mabul, that Yerde Hayam, the danger of that is that we become confused. We don't know. We forget the reason of why we're doing what we need to do, which is so important in our life, especially with regards to Inyanim of B'chol Derechecha Da'eyu, the areas of our life that we do, so to speak, because we're human. We eat, and the other areas of our life is, as I mentioned, exercise. The Rebbe doesn't mention that, but the Rebbe speaks about food. But I think that it applies to every single area of our life. Torah says that we need to do it. But it's a Gashmi Yizdikya thing, and sometimes we could get caught up in that. And we could forget, it's shaykh, that we should forget what's the reason for it. Why are we engaging in this type of activity? It's shaykh. So, I don't know if I'm allowed to speak a little bit controversy. You look at some of the Yiddish magazines, on Rahman al-Islam, the food, and the vacations, and the dos. Yes, kosher. I was saying ganzen today. What's it? What's it getroffen? Yeah, it has a good hachsher. Und es nicht gebraucht. Und es nicht tmidi. Really? I'm forgetting. So, are you saying that you're not allowed to go on vacation? No, I'm not saying that. So the Amol that ever told certain people, I know certain people that ever told the Rebbetzin that they have to make their Rebbetzins, their wives, that they have to make sure that their husband takes a vacation, that he works too hard, and he doesn't know how to stop, and you should see to it that your husband takes a break. Yes, the Amol for Bria is a good thing. You need to take a break. So that's a richtige Sache. Aber es machen aber das Sorge von them, zu machen von them, that this is the purpose of why I go to work, and this is the purpose of why I live. So Ken and Gain on vacation is a famous story of the Friedrich Rebbe that was found in the back of the Tehillims, and I'm sure that many of you, just like me, sometimes when you're bored and you're looking when the only thing in front of you is the Tehillim. So you read the story with Ben Zion, that the Friedrich Rebbe, that the Rebbe Rashab, the Abbas Zayid, the Mashar has been seen. Oh, yeah. Sorry. It's in the back of the Tehillim. So for Abbas Zayid, why are you living? Why are you here? I'm eating. So he got it. Ben Sina Mashar has got it right. Ken Zayin, it's possible that the wagon driver was talking much more sophisticated than Ben Zion, Lahavdil. But the wagon driver got it wrong. Ben Zion got it right. Why are you living? Why are you eating? It's a Keren Torah mitzvah. Okay? There's a reason. I need to do things that the Eibishter made my guf that I need to do. Fine, I need to. And it's fine. Nothing to feel guilty about. So Beseder. So V'ayid, V'achosid. Just heard a made it to Kemaisa. Heard it a little while ago. There was a Yid. How should we do this? There's a Yid, we'll call him Yaakov. Yaakov was once visiting, he's a lubavitch Chosid, and he was once visiting a different Kehilah, not where he lives, and he went for a Shalom Zacher of a neighbor of where he was staying. Chassidish Yidden, not lubavitch Chassidim. And the host, where the Shalom Zacher was taking place, he asks this Yaakov, well, what's your last name? We will start immediately with Jewish geography. Babistu, where do you come from? Your last name? You're the son of Yitzchak. He says, yeah, I'm the son of Yitzchak. I know Yitzchak very well. Bosses. Yitzchak, your father, and I were worked together on 47th Street. So, as many of you might know, if you don't know, you're going to know now, that very many from Chassidish Yidden worked in the diamond industry. They were schleifers, they would cut stones, work with the stones. Very many Yiddish Chassidish Yidden made their parnasa that way in the 50s and the 60s. I'm not sure till when. Many. So this fellow tells Yaakov that your father Yitzchak and I worked together. We worked for Frum Yid, and we were schleifers. We used to cut and cut stones. We weren't paid very well, but it was parnasa. There was another Frum Yid that also had this business of diamond, the diamond business. This is Kapashut in the diamond industry. Chanukah period is the busiest time. So one year, during the Chanukah period, this other owner of a company approached your father and I that we should come work for him, saying that if we work for him, he'll pay us by far more than what we're currently being paid. So obviously this is a no-brainer for us. But he made it tonight, I'm only taking you if you leave your work tomorrow and you immediately come. I'm not going to take you come middle of January. I need you now, super busy time. And if you come work for me now, you'll continue working with me. But I'm not going to, this job offer is not going to be waiting for you. Hey, Tavis time. So this fellow tells Yaakov that your father, being a lubavitch Chosid, Yitzchak is a lubavitch Chosid. So he said to the other company owner, the other owner of this company, I need to go ask the Rebbe. I'm not just going to accept the job without asking it. I need to ask the Rebbe. So he said, I'll ask my Rebbe. He was a different type of Chosid, Shnegei, whatever. So I'll also ask my Rebbe. I don't know if it was a day later, 2 days later, whatever. Yitzchak comes back, and this partner of Yitzchak, the Gevezner partner of Yitzchak, they work together, tells this to Yaakov, to the son of Yitzchak. So Yitzchak comes back and said, "Hey, too late," or whatever. I'm not sure exactly the dates, but he came back and he said, "No, he's not accepting the job." Farvos, because he came to the Rebbe, the Abba Rebbe, and he started saying that he got a job offer for much more money per hour, which means obviously that much better parnasa b'cholu. But the problem is that our current boss obviously will be disappointed. He'll feel bad. Not feel bad. He'll be left without employees. As a busy season, to be left without an employee, it throws off the whole business. So the Rebbe said to him, "Is what's the shayla b'chlal?" How could you even consider it? If it's going to cause distress to another Yid, how could you consider taking a different job? The Rebbe completely dismissed it because it might cause, it would cause the owner of this company distress. Says the fellow that tells the story. Says, and I asked my Rebbe. And my Rebbe told me, he says, why are you doing this? Because you want to have parnasa. No, he's offering you more money. Go over there where there's more money. And he says to Yaakov, see, you have to know who to ask. 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 Two different ways of looking at things. Dois Fran Areba Reish Bnei Yisrael, it teaches us, it shows us, I feel in Parnasa. This is
echt een leuke
ja? Major. Ja,
dat is moeilijk, dat is echt niet. Van Jenner, dan spoor je dan gaat Jenner, maar je moet ze niet.
Right. Rabbi Hobelander is pointing out that there's another issue, Poshet, that there's a issue to take away an employee from somebody else. But I'm using this story as an example of what motivates you. What motivates you? To the Rebbe, you're going to chas v'sholem cause tzar to another yid. What's the subject of chalal? You'll make more money, but this is really what it's about. And to the other, could be used a big tzaddik. I'm not measuring that. What's the shayla? You're making more money. What's the shayla? For sure you should go. It's a different way of looking at things. And so somebody asked my dear neighbor, was meint Azeyu nicht anders? Azeyu nicht anders. Azeyu nicht anders means a certain way of looking. We know we know what's right. We know what's good. We know what's right. We know what's appropriate. And sometimes we don't know, and we have to ask Arav. And we have to ask a mashpia. And we have to have a proper support system around us. But once we make a decision, but could be, should be, I heard, I saw online, I read some. And this is a life of a chassid. This is a life of a yid. Avram Avinu. So the Rebbe Rashab said to the Frierdiker Rebbe, ich bring it als Akedah. What does that mean? What are these words? What is this? The Rebbe Rashab is bringing the Frierdiker Rebbe as a carbon to the Eibishter. And he's crying, es soll nicht sein, kein Psul Chalila. Was mit der Akedah? Avram could have negotiated with the Eibishter. But you told me, and das zugesagt, und alle feine Sachen. No, sie hat eben gesagt, als sei und nicht anders. And this is something, one of the fascinating things that you see with the Rebbe's Sichos. The Rebbe speaks about the Frierdiker Rebbe, and we know the great kavod and the great Yiras Hareimamos that the Rebbe speaks of the Frierdiker Rebbe. But it's unbelievable that with the stories that the Rebbe says about the Frierdiker Rebbe, the Rebbe conclude, over Meile, this is shaykh to all of us. You look at every story that the Rebbe says. Because we bowed as the mice is to uns angekommen, because the story reached us, because we are told of the story, that's an indication, that's proof that we're also capable of this. What's it? The Rebbe could very easily say, das is the Frierdiker Rebbe, das ist gewesen Kodesh Lashem, and das is Mamish, whatever. No. Because Salal Sadera, because the previous Rebbe, Frierdiker Rebbe paved the path, and every single one of us has a chelik of the Nasi within us. Ha-Nasi hu Akel, Akel hu Nasi, Rashi of last week. We have a part of, we have a Nefesh Elokis, a chelik alakam mal mamash, that it's shaykh to us, to every single one of us. Azay und nicht anders. This doesn't mean to be a mamzer, doesn't mean to be an action. The Rebbe repeated constantly, Yesadav Zayin, B'dak Kenem, B'dak Keshalim, aber Azay und nicht anders. There was a family that came into Yechidus, and it's known that the Rebbe appreciated receiving pictures, family pictures. So the family gave the Rebbe a picture of the family, a family picture. And the Rebbe looked at the picture, and the Rebbe said about a certain child, das ist ein Mesiris Nefesh Kind. What was the story? And around the Tkufa, before this child was born, the parents were experiencing some challenges. Nisyanis, with regards to Taras HaMishpacha, being careful with Taras HaMishpacha. And the Rebbe looks at the picture of the family, and the Rebbe says, and they did what they were supposed to do. They didn't do Atzas HaYetzer. They didn't give in to their taiva, whatever, to the challenge, to the Nisayan that they had. So the Rebbe, das ist ein Mesiris Nefesh Kind. This has effect forever and ever. Azeus nicht anders is with regards to every area of halacha, every area of chassidus. The Frierdiker Rebbe didn't just apply it to himself. The Frierdiker Rebbe inspired his chassidim to do the same. I work in Toronto with a very special yid by the name of Rabbi Yosef Zaltzman. So he was sharing, I heard this from him a number of times, so in Russia, if you didn't send your children to school, truth is that the law is that way. I think that the law is also that way in many other countries, maybe also in America. There is a law of homeschooling, but there's definitely an idea that if a parent doesn't send their children to school, that the parents could be arrested and so on. It's considered neglect. So in Russia, they made this thing that if a person doesn't, that there was a separation of church and state, there's no religious schooling, and there's no such thing as homeschooling. So Rabbi Berels Altsman was angesund, feiner junger Mann, he called his son Yosef Yitzchak, and he told him, Herr sich zu, you're expected to be in school, but you're not going to school, Chaz v'shalom. So this means that from September until June, you are not seen. That means that you're not seen on the street. You're not going to the store. You're at home with the blinds closed. And this is where you're staying. Why? Rachmano litzlan. That you should learn Limudei Chayil. Rachmano litzlan. That you should sit on the same table with Hashiksa, whatever, another student. Rachmano litzlan. Chaz v'shalom. I'm not allowing you to go to school. You're going to be here home. And the Chassidim that told Berel, ja, mit darf sein vor mir reden, aber darf man sein gesund. Darf man sein gesund. You're telling your child, if not an energetic child, to stay in his to stay in the house, in imprisonment, and he can't see the outside. So late at night, they gave him a reshus to go outside to run around the house for a few times, and the place was to be able to see. So there were Siddim, big Siddim, that said to Berel Zaltzman, was tust du? Ja, man darf sein von mir reden, man darf sein gesund. If you do this, it's not a kranken kind. Chalilullah, that he won't be healthy, he'll be traumatized. And Berel answered, ich wollte deshalb gewollt haben ein kranken Kind wie ein gesunder Goy. I would prefer an ill Yid than a healthy Goy. This is crazy. This is crazy. There's Berel Zaltzman. He lives not too far from here. You're not far from New Jersey, yeah? It's not too many years ago. With a few Bachrim a little while ago, and I shared a story the last time I saw the Rebbetzin, Shavuos Mem Zayin. I said, Shavuos Mem Zayin to me feels like yesterday, but you might think that I'm old. It's just a thing. You actually are old. Yeah. I was a young bacher at the time. So Berel Zaltzman Takich, he's not 30 years old anymore, but it's not a very long time ago. So I would rather have a filu cholila, cranking. But today's day and age, Baruch Hashem, that's not demanded from us. In those days, that's what was demanded. It's either you see the sky and you're able to walk in the street, but that also means cholila, limudei chayil, and so on and so on. Or it meant imprisonment. Chassidim that chose not to send their children to limudei chayil, and they did. Why? Chalila, they shouldn't be nistama. They shouldn't be in any way defiled. Azay nishtanders. This is what we're doing. For was azay will der Rebbe azay der Rebbe gesagt. Avram Korf, Rabbi Avram Korf was passed away. Very special Yid. Shliach, Chassid. So I'll share something that I heard from him. Also in the same vein of Azay Nishtandash. He told me he was once in Kehilas. Ja, schauen wir uns an, es war eine Aliyah, es war ein Lisbeth, alle guten Sachen, es war ein Gula mit das Waschleim, L'chaim. He was once in Kehilas. A few years after he went on Shlichus, and the Rebbe asked him about his learning. So he said to the Rebbe that he tries to learn as much as he can. He works extremely hard, works very hard. And by the time he comes home, he's exhausted. So he sits down and he tries to learn Chitas when he comes home. It was a chafs. So he said, I try to learn Chitas, but it happens sometimes that I fall asleep. I fall asleep and over the Chvesis, over the Chumash, or Tilim, whatever it was. And not the Tilim, I guess. Chumash or the Tanya. And sometimes it happens I fall asleep and I don't manage to finish Chitas. He didn't tell me exactly what happened. He said that Rebbe completely rejected it. That it's impossible. I'm sure he worked very hard. I'm sure that he was talking exhausted. It wasn't a joke. He wasn't surfing the web or whatever. You heard of it. He came home. He fell asleep at the sefer. Completely rejected the idea. So this is nishayich when it sees not to learn chitas. For us, we're sitting today. It's chitas Rambam. That's just azay und nicht anders. So this is a person. You can't go to sleep before learning chitas. When you can't go to sleep, you can't start your day. You have to start your day with davening. So davening be a man. So davening be a chassid. Azay nicht anders. But I don't have patience for it. What patience? There's a certain way. Yud B'Stam was a time of transformation of Geula. Memez, the fact that you daven, Chas v'shalom, nobody over here. The fact that it's shy for a person that he shouldn't daven, it's daf to zayin, davening mitam minyan. It's coming from because you push thinking chassidus for so many hours. No, Meir Rubin, that is starting to sound old. I remember it was a very special chassid named Shlomo Meir Rubin. You think? Very special chassid. So much for you. And Meir Rubin used to daven ba'aveda. He wants to ask the Rebbe Yechidus, what should he do? Should daven ba'aveda or daven with a minyan? What should he do? He wants to do both. Kenish dan beide. What did the Rebbe tell him? Gefim noch nein Yidin, was won't daven ba'aveda. That's what the Rebbe told him. So I remember in some 70, he used to daven, and then he used to try to get people to join him. Nobody wanted to join him because they knew that it meant anesthesia 4 hours. But so no, he used to try to schlep him. And he used to daven for him. So a chassid, fine. So Meshi tried to daven with me. Nobody wanted to join his minyan. Say it. So a chassid, daven with the daven a chassid. When you think about it, yeah, azay und nicht anders. Azay und nicht anders. This is for us azay bin a chassid. But I heard that it's not. That it's one of the tomatoes coming. Azay nicht. Okay. Azay. Reminds me of the story of Hillel Pottercher, yeah? I think it was with Hillel Pottercher, the thing that I repeated the story, that somebody once went down to the cellar to get some wine. And they asked, well, Stutzig, why is it taking so long? So they said, the finster. So they said, da you nicht. You'll get used to it. You'll get used to it. Ah. That's a problem. That's exactly what the mind was. Uh-huh. That's a problem. That's a problem. You get used to it. Yeah. That's exactly the point. That's the part of the mind. Yeah, you think you're in it, you stay there for long enough. Good. Yes, das ist schon richtig. This is fine. This is good. This is fine. It's quite comfortable. It's quite okay. It's nicht okay. It's nicht okay. Der Rebbe said, darf schreien, will er came from Golus. Golus ist nicht okay. So now you must sagen, sich zu, als jeder ist der Macht gewinnen, aber was kann man tun? No, there's asking a steak in Golos. What's coming on? No, it's nicht okay. It's nicht okay. It's darf ekberen. It has to bother us. We have to feel uncomfortable. If it's stuck in Miriam, gave me the studies from Mitzrayim. Miriam felt Mitzrayim. So it gestellt. It bothered her. So Yid is von in Golos. So was man sagt nach Hause, als sei nicht anders. Aber was wollte nach Hause? The famous word from the Friedrich Rebbe. So nach Hause, it's a pass. The certain is a pass for a Chassid. Certain behavior, it's a pass for a Chassid. So Shaykh would see is that a Chassid should go to work or go to an appointment without tefillin. You have an opportunity. Bet on tefillin. Have a pair of tefillin with you. Have the shamsich. Take it out. But you should have a pair of tefillin to offer a yid to put on tefillin. So davening be'ayid. So davening with Armenian. So davening vod and vod. Oh, but I'm not that type. Das ist die Zeit, from the Farizgim from Golos. We have to go out of prison. Friedrich Rebbe sich eingestellt. And when the Friedrich Rebbe experiences Geula, it wasn't just a personal Geula, it was a Geula for every single one of us. A Geula that enables and empowers that each one of us should be able to bring the Geula Mitzvah Shlema. We live today, Baruch Hashem, in a time, unlike Bertel Salzman, soll sein gesund und stark. But that was a challenge. You either arrest your child, Baruch Hashem, Safran, we live in times of unbelievable times. But yet, Safran, Havaya Selam Hazeh, Nefesh Bahamis finds ways of it. Azeu nicht anders. Chitas. I was a Shaykh Mitzias. I heard this from a number of people that went in Yechidus. That certain things, when they said to the Rebbe simply completely rejected it. Sometimes the Rebbe would engage. Certain things you said to the Rebbe, and the Rebbe completely rejected it. And I'm not even accepting it as it's not even a discussion. There's nothing to talk about. The opinion, Olav Shalom, the opinion Korf told me that he was in Yechidus and came to the Rebbe with a list of items. We all know the opinion, Chosid, Ha'evid. And one of the items that he wrote to the Rebbe is famous Vart. But he felt it, or at least he thought that he felt it, that he doesn't even want a lakus. Some people want a lakus. They want to come closer. Some people don't want it, but at least they would like to want a lakus. They want to desire to do a mitzvah. They want to desire to sit and learn all day and night. So the Pinya told me that he wrote to the Rebbe, he doesn't even want to desire. So you'll have the Pinya, right? Come on. And there was a number of items on his zettel that he gave to the Rebbe. He said everything else the Rebbe replied to, the Rebbe responded to. This the Rebbe completely rejected. It's not even a negotiation. It's not negotiable. It's not negotiable. So you said opinion. No, there are certain things. I heard this from other people as well. Certainly, we told the Rebbe that you don't want alakusi. You don't want. Other things, if you're not Eitzah, whatever, talk, this, that, certain things that I were completely outright rejected. Azei und nicht anders. So we have to know who we are and what we are and the unbelievable strength that we have. How many times did I ever repeated that? Because this is something that came to us. We found out about it. This means that this is applicable to each one of us. We have to realize the power and the strength that we have, that each one of us has. Unbelievable kayach. The biggest challenge, the biggest problem is when something is so powerful and we don't realize how powerful it is. We don't realize the kayach of what and who we are. The shliach that just shared with me, he's Chabad from them, when he was a bacher. He went a wilder. It was wild. But he had the chutzpah, I guess, of a chassid. But Yid. So he was walking on a Tzayim once downtown somewhere, and on the street corner there was a fellow standing on somewhat of a stage, and he had a big crowd around him, and he was screaming about Tuma and so on, and he had a big crowd around him, and I guess that the fellow got excited about the crowd that's gathered around him, and he saw two yeshiva bachrim. Sorry? Semeridik. Very good. Very good. L'chaim. So the fellow, he was excited. Whatever, he had a big crowd. And the guy told me, the shliach told me, he had a crowd. Whatever, it was a big crowd. 100 people, 50 people. It was a very sizable crowd. And he saw two yeshiva bachrim pass by with jacket, whatever. They were on Tzayim. So he turns to them, you guys in the hats, what do you respond to Isaiah 42:12? So my friend tells me, so I had to tell him something. So, yeah, Isaiah 42:12. What do you say about Yishtabach 17:2? And what do you say about Ashrei 14:24? He goes, that's in the shlokim. So I apologize, I take it back. Semeridik. Do you know who I am? You know who you're starting up with? Du sagst mir Isaiah. Du sagst mir Yishtabach. Ashrei, weißt was? Und da wissen wir, is unbelievable Kehilas, das wir haben. Und das ist like the chutzpah, the positive chutzpah, the positive Isaiah nicht anders. L'chaim. La di da da la la da da la da 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 la. Hey, ya did it la ya la da ya did it la 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 da ya did it la ya did it la la L'chaim, l'chaim, l'chaim. My grandfather my father's father was brought up in a traditional Jewish home. Wasn't brought up as a chassid. Gruzin Yid, a Georgian Yid. One of the chassidim of the Rebbe Rashab came to Georgia and inspired my grandfather to go to the Rebbe Rashab. He was a smart man, and he got a scholarship to go to university outside of Russia, to go to Italy. So whether it was Reb Shmuel or whoever it was, it's not known exactly, encouraged him that before you travel to Italy, go to the Rebbe. Then from there you'll see. The first time he came to the Rebbe Rashab, to the Frierdiker Rebbe, he was not yet dressed the way Chassidim are usually dressed. He was dressed nice for Yom Tov. It was Rosh Hashanah. First time he came was Rosh Hashanah. He was dressed nice for Yom Tov. He grew up in a traditional home, but he wasn't. He didn't look like a chassid. And he wanted to push his way. He wanted to push his way to be close to the Rebbe by Kehilas. I don't know that he wanted, because he actually did. You know, somebody wants something. If he does it, you know that he wanted it. So he pushed his way to be close to the Rebbe, to the Frierdiker Rebbe. But when he came close to the Bima, close to the Kehilas, Chassidim felt that a person like him shouldn't be so close to the Rebbe, and they tried to push him away. It became a shtickle commotion. And the Frierdiker Rebbe noticed the commotion, and he reacted. He said that they should let him stay there. Then he came to Yechidus. He told the Frierdiker Rebbe that he's on his way he has a scholarship to go to university, whatever. And the Frierdiker Rebbe told him, for now you should stay here. There's a time that you'll get to Italy as well. And he stayed. Stayed in Temchet, became a chassid, became a chassid of Frierdiker Rebbe. And I bring this up not just because I'm mentioning this Chosavos, Because this is a story of the Frierdiker Rebbe. The Frierdiker Rebbe didn't just himself go on the Siddur Nefesh, but the Frierdiker Rebbe, and not just encouraged Chassidim to have Siddur Nefesh, but demanded Siddur Nefesh. To the point that he made an oath. Actually, I mentioned earlier the story with the Rebbe Rashab and the Frierdiker Rebbe. That's how the Rebbe Rashab started off. Ich mach mit dir a Christus Bris. I'll make an oath with you. And that's what the Frierdiker Rebbe said to 9 Chassidim. Together they were a minyan. And my grandfather was one of these Chassidim. Azeh und nicht anders. So one of the stories that happened with my grandfather is that he was a good speaker. So I'll share 2 stories. He was a good speaker, so he came back and he spoke Georgian very well. In Georgia, the KGB was not as strong as they were in Russia proper. So he came to the Jewish community, and they were more of Adam Eden in Georgia. So he came to the Kehilas and he said that he's a shliach on behalf of the government, and the government said that they should reopen the mikveh. He said, according to the Russian constitution, you're allowed to practice Yiddishkeit, and they allow for the mikveh to be reopened. It was Lamata down here. The government didn't give us such rishus, and when they found out what happened, so it took a few months for them. So what happened was the government officials came a few months later. So the Rosh Kol said, "Oh, we got the order that you said that we should reopen the mikveh. And Baruch Hashem, we opened it, and everybody's using it." And so what are you talking about? So the government found out. And that caused, if they weren't hunting him up until then, they started hunting him more, and they caught him, they arrested him. He was arrested, as many other Chassidim, and so on. He was sent off to Siberia, as many other Chassidim, involved in Siddur Nefesh. One of the stories that I find very significant is after he made it out of Russia. So after the war, after the Second World War, he escaped Russia on the famous trains, the Ashalonen. And he was in a DP camp. This is just after the war, when Russia and America were quite close. One day, an American chaplain came to the DP camp, and he said that he was looking for a male, because there are many children in Russia that didn't have a bris because of the war. There was no male around, so he wants to arrange a bris for these children. So he was told that Mazeda was a male. So Mazeda made it out of Russia. Kametz Aretz. He was tortured. He was almost killed in Russia. So the chaplain told him, "Come back into Russia, and you'll do the bris, and you'll come out." He could have said, "You know what, Mali Latzarazes, I finally made it out. Kametz Aretz, I'm hardly alive." He was a broken, physically, he was a broken man by then. He was a young man, but he passed away very young, passed away 52 years old. But could have said, "You know what, I'll do brisin over here in Europe." Ataki, you see from the Rebbe's Igris. I started making a cheshbon recently of the letters, the Igris Kodesh, and we see there's a letter in Paris, there's a letter in Holland. He was traveling around. His wife was in the DP camp, and he was traveling around. And the Rebbe was sending, the Rebbe was sending him letters. You see different names of different cities around Europe. You could have said, "Mali Latzarazes, I'm the only Moyo. I'm not the only Moyo in town. Let a different Moyo go." So I don't know what the cheshbon was exactly, but the fact was that this chaplain arranged, Takia was done the way things was done. He went in as an American officer. He did the bris and came out. Wasn't needed. What do you have to do it for? Babos, azein standards. Azein standards. There's a certain attitude of azein standards. But it doesn't come easy. So I'll share another story that my grandfather said. Heard this from one of the Chassidim that heard it from him. He was caught, he was arrested, and he was tortured. Kiyad Hashem Allah the Rishoyim, the NKVD, known today as the KGB. They were torturing him, and he described. So let me jump ahead. So after he left Russia, he spent time in DP camp, and then he went to where the Chassidim. He lived in France for a few years. Or at least his wife lived in France for a few years until they moved to Toronto. Then he moved to Toronto and passed away, basically. Both passed away. But he used to, he traveled around Europe a lot, but when he was in France, he used to go to the yeshiva, to Brahma, to the yeshiva. I don't know where it was at the time, but wherever the Bachar were, he used to go there to hang out with them. And Ibn Nissen, but he was a broken man physically, so sometimes during the day, although he was a young man, but during the day, sometimes he had to lie down. He used to and there's nothing he could do, and he had to lie down until Adi Avarizam, till the Yisurim would go away. So when it happened, Ibn Nissen used to send a couple of Bachim to sit with him, to be ma'id with him, whatever, in case he needed something. So one of these Chassidim that once sat with my grandfather shared. So my grandfather was lying there. I guess he felt bad or whatever it is. So he shared a story with the Bachrim. He described that one of the worst tortures that was done to him when he was in prison was continuous interrogation. So there would be a team of interrogators that would interrogate him. They would leave, and another team of interrogators would come in, without sleep, without food, same shilas over and over and over again, over again. Just drive you crazy, if not anything else. And this could go on for days. Just the teams of interrogators changed. It didn't allow him to sleep. It didn't allow him to leave. It didn't allow him to do anything. He just had to keep answering the questions over and over again. At a certain point, she said after one of these marathon sessions, interrogations, somebody walked in alone, interrogator alone. And he started speaking to my grandfather in Yiddish. He says, "Was machst du sich narrisch? What do you make it so crazy for? Let go. It's over. It's clear who's going to win. It's clear who's winning. What's up?" My grandfather didn't speak. He says to my grandfather, "Weißt du, wer ich bin? Ich bin Nemenov. It's Nissen's brother. Nissen's brother." My grandfather told the Bachrim, "So here you have Nissen, and here you have his brother. Same parents, same original upbringing. Das ist Ibn Nissen. What's the difference between the two? The Ibn Nissen had gearbeitet, und gegangen mit Mesiras Nefesh, and the other brother didn't. Nicht gegangen mit Mesiras Nefesh, and nicht gearbeitet." So originally, when the Nemenov story heard it, it's a shtaza zach. Nissen never had a brother like that. They never heard, because in those days when they had Rahman al-Islam, a family member that whatever, so he's not spoken about. He's not. I have distant relatives. I knew that they had a brother that Rahman al-Islam up from Zinan. I knew for a fact that there was such a person. I wanted to get in touch with him. It was years ago. So I asked one of the family members. I said, "I know that you had a brother, David. I met him years ago. No, we never had such a brother." I said, "You sure? Because I think I remember clearly." No, we never had a brother, David. That's it. And what are you going to say to that? But I remember. Yeah, that's your problem. It's not my problem. It's not. It's a shazah. So that's when I said this. He said, "My mother said, never know. It's Nissen's brother. What's the difference? So why are you being so extreme? Why are you being so?" It's not so extreme. It's not so extreme. There's one way of serving the Eibishter. Azeh und nicht anders. There's one way of doing what the Eibishter wants. Azeh und nicht anders. Our day is a day that has to bring the Geula. Azeh und nicht anders. Our day is a day that has unbelievable wealth. And it's unbelievable bracha. And we have unbelievable kehilas. But the kehilas only work if we rein ourselves in, if we direct the kehilas properly. if we utilize our time properly, if we follow the system that the Rebbe put in place, on the Rebbe Gid, Brachas, on the Rebbe Gid Kehilas, the Shabbos Reden. But if we don't do the work, if we don't have the attitude of this is who I am and this is what I do, ich bin a Chassid, but I heard, but I said, nee, it's a Shtazazach. Now gave me the ganze Stolz, ich bin a Chassid. So my grandbrother could have said, you know what, I was brought up traditional, whatever. So sagen, Azay und nicht anders. I don't know what his motivation was. I don't know what his motivation was. It was a Chassid. It's a Chassid. A Chassid, Hayid. Geht him, Mesiris Nefesh. Azay und nicht anders. When he told these Bachrim, darf arbeiten. Man arbeitet nicht. Geht nicht Mesiris Nefesh. So this is an extreme reaction of that. What's the point of this? Each one of us, Yada Inish Benafshe, that Sadar Galus. As long as there's one person suffering in Galus, there's Galus in our life. So von Ayid, von Achosid, man sich darf sich aufheben. Und kann sich aufheben. How? It's not Shaykh Mitzvah, is to raise yourself up alone. Das haben wir Teire, das haben wir Rebbe, das haben wir Chassidus, das haben wir Arav, das haben wir Mashpia. There's a system in place, as the Rebbe sagt, here's Derech HaMelech, Heb Zechuf. The Rebbe sagt, I want to lift you up. Rebbe leaves Zeir Lib Yed Mechasid. He had a Yid. So I want you to live a good life. Pasha Begashmi is a good life. But it takes a certain achlat on your part. That's all it takes. It takes a decision. This is my life. Das bin ich. Ich bin a Chassid. But no, the Machshava, das ist nicht a Chassid. Ich habe Machut gegeben, Azay und nicht anders. Ich bin a Chassid. Ich bin a Ben Melech. This is my identity. Ich bin a Chassid. I'm a son of the Eibishter. I'm a child of the Eibishter. The stärkste Sache of the Welt, the größte Sache of the Welt. I have the ability to Aruzim from Mitzrayim because I heard the story of the Frierdiker Rebbe, the way the Frierdiker Rebbe took down Stalin, the greatest might in his time, the greatest power in his time, the greatest, most ruthless leader in his time was Gehaget Millionen Menschen, Pashat Millionen Menschen, but the Frierdiker Rebbe took him down. It was because of his dedication to the Eibishter. And the Rebbe says, and you're shaykh to that. And you're shaykh to that. We're shaykh to that. So I'm a shugin azach. He says, oh, come on, but really, what's meant by really? Really, the Rebbe doesn't know my nefesh habahamis. The Rebbe doesn't know what's going on in my life. The Rebbe doesn't know my weaknesses. The Rebbe doesn't know my. No, but the Rebbe also knows my strengths. On Torah sagt, the Rebbe sagt that you are shaykh to stand down Stalin. Baruch Hashem, today we're different. So we have our little Stalins. There are little Stalins that are running around. There's little challenges that are running around. It's an unbelievable koyach that we have. To challenge ourselves, are we utilizing this koyach? There was a lady that was looking for a parking place. She went shopping to the mall. She was looking for a parking space. And she's going around. You know, there was a Sunday afternoon. It was a very busy time. She's going around. She's driving slowly, and she's looking at her stop. And suddenly she sees a car driving out. So, okay, she starts slowly pulling into the. And before she has a chance to pull into the parking space, yeah, you were there. No. What, you did it? No. Okay, fine, good. So I saw a different car. A young guy, a fast car. Flies into the parking space. She starts honking. He gets out of the car and he's all proud of himself. What a capable guy. So she starts screaming at him. I was about to pull into the parking space. So she laughs at her. He says, this is what you could do when you're young and quick. Well, good. Then he starts walking away. Suddenly he hears, Tarach, a huge zetz. He turns around and he sees that she zetzed her car into his car. Comes running, what are you, crazy? What are you? So she says, and this is what you could do when you're old and rich. So, Chassidim haben beide Meiles. We're young, da sein quick, and we're also old and rich. We're old and rich. It's an unbelievable kehilas that we have. It's nicht nur unsere Jahren. It's the Jahren from the Kehilas Nefesh. Unbelievable kehilas. But we have to bring everything to the finish line. We have to bring everything to the finish line. Was meint das? Azeh nicht anders. Ich habe Ashir Teira, habe ich Ashir Teira. Azeh nicht anders. But Azeh nicht anders. I don't start my day. My daven is a chosid. Azeh nicht anders. Da bringen die Geula. What am I doing to bring the Geula? Yeah. So how did Chassidim become Chassidim? How did my grandfather become a Chassid? Because a Chassid inspired him. How did a Chassid inspire other people? So Gemara Mol, Chassidim came to a town and he davened to a Chassid. People asked, "What are you drinking? Why are you davening like that? What enabled you to do this?" And that's what made other people come to Chassidus. The Limud Torah with Yiras Shamayim, the Bittul to the Eibishter, the Mesiras Nefesh. There's certain trademarks of a Chassid. The diuk in kashrus achila b'shtilia, the hider mitzvahs b'chlal, every mitzvah. Das a chassid, azeh nicht anders. This is my identity. So you take away my identity from me? Take away my identity? Azeh nicht anders. Und c'est gut. A chassid is a freilicher. You see, you connect to the Rebbe properly, live properly. Azeh nicht anders. The biggest simcha. The biggest bracha in a person's life, l'chaim, l'chaim, l'chaim. So, you're young and quick and old and rich, ala milas of me, l'chaim, l'chaim. Thank you. L'chaim. Yes, l'chaim. Yes, what are you doing? It's your piano. Huh? L'chaim. The Frierdiker Rebbe describes, and the Rebbe speaks about it as well, thank you. The Frierdiker Rebbe describes, and the Rebbe makes note of it, of the pain and the Mesiras Nefesh. Meil al gain of Mesiras Nefesh is one thing. Person decides to go on Mesiras Nefesh, but to send is Chassidim on Mesiras Nefesh, knowing fully well what that meant, knowing fully well that might mean the parents will be taken away from the children, or children will be taken away from their parents. They'll grow up without, the children will grow up without parents. It meant real war. It meant a real milchama. It meant that people will fall. The Frierdiker Rebbe describes a great pain and the difficulty of doing so. But yet, there's a golden chain, or he's comforted by the golden chain of Avos of Akdoshim, the previous Rabbeinu Nesiyenu, and what has to be upheld. That what's at stake is very serious. It's not some type of joke. It's not some type of game. And the promise, the betochen, because of the Shalshelas Azov. There's a very special Yid, Zolzang Gesundter Stark, lives in Toronto. He grew up in Russia, and his parents were Chassidim. And his parents actually were both arrested. He was raised by his grandparents for a while. He lived in Leningrad. There's a lot to be said about him. Stam, I'll share one word with regards to him. His father was arrested, I think, for 5 years. His father and his mother were arrested. It wasn't very common for women to be arrested. The Yitzchak Rappaport, for those Torontonians over here. You know, yeah. So Nechbel Akem is a quiet guy, but so both his parents, the Derech Klal women weren't arrested, but his mother was also zeicha to be arrested. So he was raised by his grandparents. His father made it out of prison, and he decided that's it. He's going to mamish behave. He's not going to let go, stop anything, the Sheminis and mitzvahs, but he's going to keep out of the limelight. He's not going to do anything that could awaken any reason for him to be rearrested. He felt terrible that he was away from his family, and so it was gefährlich. It's terrible. Just think about it. Don't think about it. It was Baruch Hashem something of the past, but it was unbelievable, gefährlich, terrible. So, but he still wanted to live like a Yid. So he went. They lived in Leningrad. Lived in the big city. In Leningrad, there was always an active shul. So that meant that in the winters, that someone had to, not just in the winters, in the summers too, someone had to keep feeding the boiler with wood. So he applied for the job to feed the boiler with wood. What was the benefit? First of all, he was out of eyesight. He got it. He was paying a salary because everything was supported by the government. So also the person that fed the wood also got a salary. So he got a salary. And the main thing was, he came down to a minion. So his job was, so to speak, give him parnosa. He was out of the limelight. He was sitting in the basement all day. No one could claim or have tinus or accuse him that he was doing any counter-revolutionary work. Sitting in the basement, and the only thing was the time of davening. He went up to daven with a minion, and then immediately he didn't speak to anybody. Davened, went right back down to the basement, feeding wood. That was his job. Baruch Hashem, and things are good. But in Russia, nothing good lasts for too long. So after a while, not very long, he's notified by the Rosh HaKol or whoever was in charge of these things, you're fired. He's fired. I come into work on time, and I feed the wood properly, and I didn't steal anything, and I didn't take anything. What? Fired. Fired. So in Russia, this means that he got an order that he should be fired. So he decided that's it. He's not going to be quiet. I did nothing wrong. I didn't speak to anybody about Yiddishkeit. I didn't. So he went to, I'm not sure which government office it was, which position it was, but he went to whoever had to be spoken to, and he said that he didn't do anything wrong. He didn't do any counter-revolutionary things. He didn't speak to anybody. He didn't open chadorim. Didn't open mikvahs. He didn't do anything. Haitachani was fired. So he was told that when a young man davens with a minion, that's the biggest counter-revolutionary statement. The alte daven with a minion, no, say that, that's fine. So a younger mensch, a young, capable man, daven, that's counter-revolutionary. And that's why he was fired. So they understood he got the job because he wanted to daven with a minion, he wants to be part of the show. So that's it. So as a younger man does what he's supposed to do, the Russians recognized, they understood what it is, that this is the ultimate machar against Chumrius. It's machar against Hepech HaKdusha. So this is one Maaseh. Okay, I'll leave it with this Maaseh. I want to go back to the Maaseh that what I started with. So Yitzchak was verbringing a few years ago. So that's allein can man verbringen mit Aftrachten wegen the Maaseh. As a younger man, davent mit a minion, a young man, not just a younger man by name, but a young man. This is a revolution against the government. This is a revolution against Machos HaRishah. There's something deep in that. It's in Verstanden. There's a lot to be said about that and to internalize. But I want to go back to the story. So Rabbi Yitzchak was verbringing a few years ago, Yud Beis Tammuz, and he was speaking about this golden chain. This golden chain that the Friedrich Rebbe speaks about. L'chaim. This golden chain that the Friedrich Rebbe speaks about, that gave him the strength to send Chassidim Amasiris Nefesh, which often meant, or many cases meant, that Rahman al-Islam, that they were killed. And Mishpachas, it's a huge achrayus. So Yitzchak was speaking about this golden chain. On Be'emes, we have an achrayus too. We have an achrayus to continue the golden chain. Baruch Hashem, we live in the land of the free. Baruch Hashem, we're able to have a fabrengen. My father described to me that when Rabbi El used to fabreng with them as bachrim, so it was a chager or something. So Rabbi El used to make sure that the windows are all covered, and that no one on the outside should be able to see that there's a fabrengen on the inside, because he was still living with the Amatzias. It was real. Russia was real. It wasn't really real, but Mamash affected people very deeply. Baruch Hashem, we live today. So can't have fabrengen. We'll find a farbeisen and geschmack, good air conditioning. We don't have to cover the windows. But we have an achrayus to continue the shalshelas azov. So Rabbi Yitzchak was bringing on this nekuda that we have to continue the golden chain, and this is really up to us as chassidim of the Rebbe, children of the Rebbe, talmidim of the Rebbe. They have to continue the golden chain. Fabasim the tatas and the zaydas and the rabbeim. Why did they go on Mesiris Nefesh? They went on Mesiris Nefesh so that we could bring the Geula Mitzvah Shlema. It was all the Mesiris Nefesh and all the fire and all the hell and all the darkness and all the horror was so that we can bring the Geula Mitzvah Shlema. But it was all for this time. So we have to continue. We have to continue the Shalshelas Azov, the golden chain. There's a Pashat Yid. There's a Yid that grew up, was born in Russia, and he didn't spend time at Fabrengen's Orange Shul for many years, but started coming around. And he hears this story from Rabbi Yitzchok Nevet Meshugya. Bosses. He says the following story. Like many Yidden in Russia, he grew up in Russia with grandparents. Grandparents were often very much enmeshed in the lives of their grandchildren. But my grandfather was known. We were a bit embarrassed with our grandfather because he was a bit bosses. What was the story of my grandfather? He kept on walking around speaking about the golden chain. What's going to be with the golden chain? And he would walk into people's houses and he would say to them, sit down and say, what's going to be with the golden chain? He could sit down in Jewish people's homes and non-Jewish people's homes. What's going to be with the golden chain? So just walk in, what's going to be with the golden chain? Ad kedei kach, that the KGB arrested him looking for the golden chain. And not just that, he was an old man already by then. They arrested him and they tortured him to tell them where the golden chain is. And he didn't tell them. So after 2 days of torturing him, they sent him back home, completely battered and beat up. And he passed away a few days later. And Kol Yamai, he said, I was so disturbed that my grandfather, he had some type of imaginary golden chain. And because of his imaginary or whatever dementia golden chain, he was killed, practically killed by the KGB. So it wasn't imaginary. He understood the golden chain. He was his grandfather. This fellow was an elderly Yid. So his grandfather was definitely went to Cheder. He was definitely involved. I don't know to what degree. He doesn't. His grandfather was talking about the golden chain. The Frierdiker was talking about. He was talking about the same golden chain. Basvet Zayin with the golden chain. And maybe there was an element of being senior, but he was concerned. Basvet Zayin with the golden cage. What's going to be with the golden chain? And it was making him crazy, and he couldn't stop thinking about it. Basvet Zayin, what's going to be with the golden chain? He now got a whole new appreciation for who and what his grandfather was talking about. It wasn't some type of mishagas. He was worried about the golden chain. Das Mesiras Nefesh. Das Mesiras Nefesh. Azeh is nishanish. What does that mean? That you're focused on something. You're focused on something. What am I trying to achieve? I wake up in the morning. It's not a bunch of disjointed things. Because I'm a Frum Yid, and also I have to learn Chassidus. And also I need to daven, and daven properly. And also I need to give tzedakah before I daven. And also I have to think about it's not a bunch of disjointed things. And I'm focused on something. The Rebbe told us what our role is. Our role is not bringing Yula Mitzvah Shlema. How do we do that? Even left the Chassid. Learn Chassidus properly. As the course is real. That golden chain is continuing. With that, the golden chain continues. I have the great chus that my father was a very special chassid, the daiti. Sorry, Thank you. I love you already. I did even before, but now even more. My father got married in Eretz Yisrael in Tavshin Lamed Gimel, and the Rebbe sent a message through Rabbi Chadakov that the Rebbe sent a message to Rabbi Wolf, Rabbi Ephraim Wolf, that a Sheva Bracha should be organized for my father because he's Meised Nefesh for the Sichos. He just got married. He was getting married. And the Rebbe sent a message that Ephraim Wolf should organize a Sheva Brachas for my father because he's Meised Nefesh for the Sichos, and that people should know this. People should know this. So to me, this is very significant. Obviously, because it's personal. What's my Mesiras Nefesh? What's my Mesiras Nefesh? What kind of Mesiras Nefesh did my father do for the Sichos? What was it? This was his life. This was his focus. This was his drive. This was his ambition. He was fully focused on, and his whole life was publicizing and publishing the Rebbe Sichos, to give out the Rebbe Sichos, and to make sure that there's a Sichos. So the Sichos, giving out the Rebbe Sichos, this was his life, and he lived it. Pashat lived it. Was the Rebbe Sichos in Tavshin in the Memes when the Rebbe came out with the Mivtza to print Tanyas all over the world. My father was put in charge of giving the Tanyas. Every Tanya has a serial number, has an edition number. So my father was given that role. So my father was very often, the whole week he wasn't at home. He would come home Shabbos. And I remember, that he used to fall asleep at the Friday night table. And in his sleep, he used to say, Tanya number this, Tanya number that. This city, Tanya number this. This city. In his sleep, I say, yeah, this city. So what do you speak about? When you're speaking from your sleep, what do you say? When you're obsessed with something, when you're focused on something, yeah, when you fall asleep, these are the words that come out. Mesiras Nefesh doesn't mean that yeah, it means again in Mesiras Nefesh on a simple level, yeah, the Chayalim and Eretz Yisrael, yes, Mesiras Nefesh, absolutely. Or was manzich von a Chosid? Was manzich von a Chosid that this should be my life? Ki heim chayenu ve'erich yomeinu, Yiddishkeit, Teira, mitzvahs, v'fraba, Chosid. We have such direct and clear instruction from the Rebbe. Wie man darf leben? Was man darf leben? So I could either do this, and I learned Chassidus today, or das in my Leben. As ich lerne Chassidus, and I try to implement it in my life. Ich gehe auf Mitzvahim, wo ich gehe ich mit ein paar Film. I speak to people to do a mitzvah. I tell people, as hine ze baz, man darf noch a mitzvah zu bringen. I'm living with something. I'm obsessed. What's your obsession? In was kochst du sich? In was lebst du? This senior fellow, the golden chain. What's going to be with the golden chain? So not chas v'shalom to be walking around worried. What's going to be with the golden chain? But it's just, I'm focused. I'm living with something. What's the outcome of that? My family life is different, and my eating is different, and my sleeping is different. By definition, what happens is that everything follows through. I mean, Mashiach Dik 11. What's not Mashiach Dik 11 that you don't eat? Eat. Rebbe ate. Aber was der Essen it does? Fine, not the Rebbe, but we have to learn from the Rebbe. Wie zu sich führen. Obsession. I'm crazy about Mashiach. I'm crazy about Mashiach. And even if the Rebbe didn't say that, we saw that. Constantly. Now bringing the Geula. Was noch man kann tun from the Geula? Ich getracht. Was noch kann man tun? What else could be done to bring the Geula? What else could be done? So what's my obsession? What's my golden chain? What am I walking about, thinking about? What's going to be with the golden chain? And the truth is that we have, many of us have obsessions. But we have to direct it properly. When you think about it, what's the stucking größere Sache of the Welt? Stucking größere Sache of the Welt. When you have an obsession that is aligned with the Eibishter, aligned with Teira, with mitzvahs, with the Rebbe, it's a heiptuf. There was mentioned earlier Rabbi Korf, share a thought of Rabbi Shalom Lipsker, passed away. Was more than a month ago. So I spent some time by him, together with a friend of mine. And the friend, he was still a bachar, but he was struggling with the idea that he's going to get married, he's going to go on shlichus, and he was wondering to himself, so why should I go on shlichus? So this is not a guilt trip to whoever is not officially on shlichus, but the Rebbe gesagt, as jeder Yid is a shliach, but I think that the vort is a very true vort, very good vort. He says, why should I go on shlichus? I should go into business. And whatever, I'll learn chassidus, and I'll help shluchim, and I'll be a fine chassid. So Rabbi Lipsker told him as avot, he said, listen, you think, so why shouldn't you go on shlichus? Because there's a lot of stress. So you think if you go into business, you're not going to have stress. You're not going to have challenges. You're not going to have difficulties. You're also going to have difficulties. All of us. If you're a businessman and you have bad days, so fine. So it's your own bad days, so to speak. Days that doesn't really work out the way you would like. If you're on shlichus, even, so to speak, your bad days are also the Rebbe's days. They become elevated. They're elevated days. So it's a Balabatish approach. Why am I saying this? What am I getting at? There's a certain point that if I live shlichus, if I live an objective of what's my obsession? Was vilich? I wake up in the morning. Was vilich? So everything becomes an offshoot of that. So things don't go exactly the way I wanted them to. It's disappointing, whatever. But it's all part of this. Pasha Begashmius, it elevates a person. Pasha Begashmius, it makes a person happier. I'm not affected so severely or negatively by disappointment, by things that don't work out the way exactly I would like them to. It's not just a matter of no, I read Shara B'Tachan, and I read the Kehilas version of Shara B'Tachan, so I'll find them good. It's the right word or the wrong word? Okay. Sorry. It's on a deeper level. It's on a deeper level. It's on a deeper level. How many times Rebbe said? It was the wrong word. No, L'chaim.
It's the right ish.
It's the right ish word. Okay, fine. People more make it L'chaim L'bracha. Yeah, it's a good one.
What's the story with your father and the money he gave you at
Wasn't after his chasana. That was the story. You just said it. It's a very geschmack. It was a vod. He was when he was a child, an older child. He was in a car accident, and he was awarded some money, but the money wasn't transferred to him until I think he turned 18 or 21 or something like that, whatever the legal age was. And as soon as he got the money, he gave it to the Rebbe. And his friends were trying to tell him, he was 21. His friends were trying to tell him, no one's going to give you anything, no one has anything for you. You want to give something to the Rebbe, whatever, say that. But be normal. Be normal. Think about, what was Gestaltsav dem Rebbe? And they had good intention. But that's not the story. That's a side story. So he gave it to the Rebbe. The Rebbe sent Rabbi Klein to investigate my father, to interrogate my father in Rabbi Klein's very well-known style, that if it's serious or it's just some type of Fabrengen inspiration that's going to wear off as soon as the L'chaim wears off. And Rabbi Klein was impressed that that it was serious, that it was B'lev Shalom. And the Rebbe sent a very beautiful letter to my father thanking him for the Nidbas Liba Yatohid, that was a PS to that is one of his other friends decided to do something similar and also give a huge chunk of coin to the Rebbe. Further to this, and the Rebbe sent it back to him and said that he'll have good use for it after he gets married. That's not the story. The story is there's also Mesiras Nefesh. My father was real, and hopefully one day it should trickle down to his oldest son. L'chaim, be'emes, chassidim, that we should be be'emes. Bevdei Hashem, it's a daf to sein. L'chaim. Nurse came in with papers. I said, give me my papers, I have to do Kehilas. L'chaim, l'chaim. L'chaim, l'chaim. So I said a story earlier of a fellow that the Rebbe's approach. If there's a chash of upsetting another yid, what's called the havamin of thinking to move. So I want to tell a different story of a chassid. And again, I heard the story, that the story was also told by the person that the story happened with. So Yid Baruch Hashem, today's day and age is part of the arrival of Mashiach. Each one of us has cars that are 8 horsepower and whatever, or Teslas. Baruch Hashem. Growing up in Crown Heights, my parents didn't have a car. I'm sorry? Oh, very good, very good. But that was after I was out of the house already. When I was a kid, there was no car, and my father got his first car. If you didn't keep the feet on your feet on the seat, Khalila, what could happen? What's your name? Okay. Oh, okay. That's a nice blast from the past. Thank you. But cars would break down more often than they actually worked. I remember one summer, so Kiminig, many families, my mother was in the country, my father stayed in the city, whatever, and my father would stay for Shabbos. Also, then after Shabbos, he would go up to the country to spend time. So we went with Rabbi Weinberg. Rabbi Weinberg had a car that actually worked. Rabbi Yosef Weinberg had a car that worked, but many other people didn't have cars. Gedacht. At least it wasn't 69 ticket.
Before livestock or after livestock?
Alle meisjes, alle losnodes. Bechode machte. Leave some for later in the verbrengen. So the kid said, this fellow, Nishkin Chabadnik, tells he's at a simcha, and again, Jewish geography. So if he has to, he tells him, he says, whoa, is your parents, or your in-laws, this is your father-in-law. Let me tell you a story with your father-in-law. Most of them I said. This fellow tells him, Litva Sharid, there's one Friday, I'm driving up to the Catskills. Zog hechen. Okay, so you'll tell me quietly. You're saying I started it? Okay, say that. I'll let you be. So this Litvisher fellow tells Lubavitch, let me tell you a story with your father-in-law. I'm driving up to the country. It's Friday afternoon, and my car breaks down. I'm newly married. Myself, my wife, and 2 little children in the car. Car breaks down. Yom Sadiq, 2 years ago. So what we're going to do is start walking, as I have done more than once. And I walk in, the first place that I see, after a while of walking, I see what I learned later on was Parksville, Anisrol, New York. So I walk in, and I ask the first person that I meet there, could you come help me? Car broke down, could you come help? I don't know what the issue. You could come help figure out what to fix my car. And the guy tells me, guy looks at his watch, says, where are you going to? So I tell him my destination. And the fellow that I meet in camp tells me, there's no way you can make it before Shabbos. Even if I walk back, even if we figure out what the issue is, it's not Shabbos. It's so spät, you're not going to make it. So what should I do? I'm here with my wife, my kids are still waiting in the car. What should I do? So the guy says, we have a room for you over here. Come, I'll help you. Bring your wife and kids. You'll stay here for Shabbos. After Shabbos, we'll go figure out your car, and you'll be on your way. So I don't know. Says, we have a room for you. It's waiting. It's ready. There's a room for you. So I figured he was right. Even if the car is figured out, no one's gonna We're not going to make it on time. So I accepted his offer. And sure enough, he helped me to take whatever. They went back to the car, helped my wife and kids, and came to the camp. And he immediately took me to this room, and we settled there. Then we came to whatever davening, so the Shabbos, all's fine and good, beautiful. Late at night, so one of the babies were crying, whatever. So I want to make a bottle. Needed hot water. So I went to the camp kitchen to look for hot water. I come into the camp kitchen, to the dining room, and I see that this fellow and his wife are sitting on a table. They're sleeping on a table in the dining room, in the camp dining room. And I realized then that he Pasha gave me his room. So this is Yishver. So I could never, I still can. So Tana Yidat, not just that he gave me his room. He made me feel as if his room was waiting for him. Not like, you know what? Let me see. I'll speak to my wife. I don't know if I can negotiate a good deal. Well, there's a room for you. There's a room for you. And if I would not have walked into the dining room at night and see them both lying, whatever, with their heads on the table, on their arm, I would never have known that the Pasha gave me away the room. Azay nishtanders. Tana Yidat Teva. It's not chosid. It's not chosid. It's not chosid. If ever asked the question many times, what's a chosid? Many times if Fikir answer Tana Yidat Teva. It's never of Tana Yidat Teva. It's never of Tana Yidat Teva. So, ich bin der größer Mensch, nicht jeder Tana größer Teva. It's yours, fine. So this is a chosid that has a chush, and I was a srol. Say that. I know the name, but it's who was it? Him. He probably felt it. It's a merit kamaisa. The chosid doesn't Mesiras Nefesh. Mesiras Nefesh doesn't mean that you turn blue in the face, and doesn't mean that the chveis was that the welt rash mit them. The Mesiras Nefesh, that when the Rebbe looks at a picture and says, "Das ist the Mesiras Nefesh." Mesiras Nefesh is it's a shtuck and shaila b'chlal. You need a place to sleep for sure. It's a shtuck and shaila. So that's for sure. What's going to be with you? What's going to be with me? Whatever. We'll figure it out. I don't know what's going to be. We'll sleep. We'll go to sleep on a bench. But there's something much greater than me that's taking place. There's something much greater than me that's happening. I heard from a friend recently. So I made it a word. There's a friend of mine. I had the schus to be the Rebbe Shliach on Gimel and Daled in Kfar Chabad, and the Mendel Futterfass was still verbringing and so on. He was weak, he was older, but he was still fully active. I had some beautiful interactions with him. He's a friend of mine that was smarter than me and had more interactions with the Mendel than I did. So the Mendel once told him about a Pesach experience. Yeah, he asked Mendel for a story. So Mendel told him a story. Samol Given before Pesach. Miraculously, he got the matzah. Got matzah before Pesach. So, grace of Simcha. Together with the Simcha came, what's going to be next year, Pesach? Still scheduled to be in prison. And who knows what these are showing, what they're going to do before Pesach, if they're going to allow the mail to go through before Pesach. But the Mendel Machlit Given, I don't know how he split it up, half and half, whatever it was, but he had matzah, he kept matzah for that Pesach, and he decided that he's going to hold on to matzah for the whole year, until next year Pesach. All the lockers were already called for. That was a joke. Obviously, there were no lockers in Siberia. We're going to put away your matzah. Thank you for laughing. Where are you going to put the matzah to save it for next year Pesach? You'll put it on top of the shaflad, on top of your svarim shafla. So the Mendel was always walking around with the matzah. He was always walking around with it. The whole year. Daita Allah. It's a whole different level of Daita Allah. However, in Kol Zeb, from time to time, people were forced to take a shower or whatever it was. So the Mendel had, this is a story that Mendel shared with a chaver of mine. That in Kol Zeb, he had to have an alternative plan when he couldn't hold on to the matzah. So there was a bulvan. That Mendel, the Mendel had a way of taking care of business and taking care of people and working things out. was Mendel was a very, very, very special chassid, very special chassid. So there was a Bovan that that everybody was afraid of, and Mendel struck a relationship with him, and Mendel used to give him some food that he didn't want to eat. Used to give him bread, and the agreement was matzah, so that I need to have it for Pesach. So if there's ever a time that I can't hold on to it, I'll give it to you, and you'll give it back to me. And I say, I can't say, there's a whole year that the Mendel saved the matzah. Till next year Pesach, he had matzah because he did. So the Mendel was saying it to my chaver, to another person. So the person goes, wow, I'm Mesiris Nefesh, unbelievable Mesiris Nefesh. It's not great, think about it. The whole year you're walking around with matzah, yeah? And it's not just that you're walking around to shul and back from shul, yeah? So the Mendel said, that's nicht Mesiris Nefesh. It's nicht Mesiris Nefesh. So Bossi, yeah, Mesiris Nefesh. If this is not Mesiris Nefesh, what is Mesiris Nefesh? What's Mesiris Nefesh? He said it is tshuva. What's the Mendel's answer? He said it is tshuva. That's Mesiris Nefesh. But sometimes you look at something heroic, unbelievable, Mesiris Nefesh. Mesiris Nefesh is, you do what you're supposed to do. Again, I look at my father, there was some type of heroics. His involvement in the civil heroics. He was obsessed with it. He was focused on it. He was driven by it. He woke up in the morning. This was his life. There was no other. Yeah, he ate and he drank and whatever, and he was an amazing father, and he was amazing milas. But what was his life? It was the Rebbe. The man was walking around with matzah all day, and he worked out the some with a bulvan, whatever, with a guy that was there. Das nicht Mesiris Nefesh. Was the Mesiris Nefesh was Seder Struba? Was meant to say Seder Struba? So Struba is some type of thing that people with long hair do. No. Seder Struba is genug. Was given is yes. Now it's a different day. And this is what the Rebbe tried to tell us: day in, day out. I saw for believing that Torah. Ki ma mitzvahs behidur, tagayin taguis. Did the Rebbe call it Seder Struba? Some type of dramatic event? No. But when somebody took the Rebbe seriously, it was the greatest news that the Rebbe could. Wow. How many times did the Rebbe say Mirat and Segarnisht? It's the most upsetting, most disappointing thing to the Rebbe. Mirat and Segarnisht. Whether it's with regards to B'tochen, with regards to Moshiach, whether it's regards to Simcha, with regards to so many things. Mirat and Segarnisht. At a certain point, what was Segarnisht? Who's the one who's the Rebbe speaking to? Listen to Rebbe Yael, Meshel Tolshevsky, Meir Harlig. To who? They were speaking to me. They were speaking to you. Say, Rabbi, why? I can't say that. Maybe him talking. They had to say it.
Okay, we mentioned it.
Okay. Yes, Kevin Shagain. The Rebbe, that's Yed Mechasit. It's Yed Yid. It's Yed Yid. There was a fellow, as there were many people. L'chaim, it's bet Kehilas, kapara, it's chabad b'klein chaver, it's nicht klein chas v'shalom chala. There were many from a Yidden that used to live in Crown Heights. There was one such Yid, Nishkin Lubavitch Chosid, that would come sometimes to the Rebbe's Fabrengens, not very often. And once he came to the Rebbe's Fabrengen, and the Rebbe said something, he's not sure exactly what the Rebbe said, because there were people that came to Fabrengen that didn't really make out exactly what. The Rebbe said something, and everybody started laughing, as it happens sometimes. And somehow this turned him off. And he was used to a Litvish lifestyle, and Rosh Hashiva doesn't really make jokes. He didn't feel that it was appropriate that the Rebbe was saying something that's humorous or whatever, or that people felt that it was humorous. And whatever, he decided, okay, fine. He said, this is not his gig anymore. He's not coming back. Fast forward, nicht fine, but still fast forward a bunch of years. And there's a finer Yid, and there's a lighter Yid. and he's involved in Kiruv, and he has people at his table often, and many people at his table. And he often asks people, what involved you in Yiddishkeit? What involved you in it? So one day, there was a lady at his table. And she says, my involvement in Yiddishkeit came in a very strange way. What happened? When I think back about today, she's a from Yid and so on and so forth. But then, and she's not, doesn't consider herself chabad. But the way, when she thinks back to what that moment was, that moment of Sigiven, you know what? This is it. It was spring, Basigiven. She started getting involved in Yiddishkeit with Chabad. And she came to Crown Heights. But she felt like a foreigner. She felt like a friend, that she doesn't belong there. Not that anybody would give off such an impression. I don't know, chas v'shalom. Not that anybody would make anybody feel that way. Chas v'shalom. But that's how she felt. And she was once standing at the Rebbe's Fabringen because that's what she was told to do. But she was feeling like a foreigner. She was feeling this is not her place. And she doesn't know what happened, but at a certain point the Rebbe said something, and suddenly everybody started laughing. And for some reason, that laughter just melted her heart. And she said, you know, this is where I belong. This is where I want to be. And the fellow says to her, Be'erich, when did this happen? So she says, whatever. You start calculating that she didn't remember exactly. And she suddenly realizes that perhaps when there was laughter in 770 and that somehow took her heart, and Mela she stayed involved in Yiddishkeit, was perhaps that very time that the Rebbe was at a Fabringen. I'm sorry, that he was at the Fabringen and he saw the laughter and he was completely turned off. It's on the Derech Eretz. What's the point of this? There's going to be a time that every single one of us wird sein a chassid yitzadaf zu sein. Azay wird sein. It has to be that way. In case of the Geula. And Geula means by definition, as Vayemo Yiyah Hashem Echad Shmei Echad. This means that every single Yid is going to be a chassid yitzadaf zu sein. And every single one of us, no matter how cynical we are, no matter how much we've heard this already, and how much we were told this already, and how much we've been at Fabringen, every single one of us wird sein a chassid yitzadaf zu sein. That we're not going to say going to put he'll parachute to shame, but parachute will be proud of every single one of us, let alone the Rebbe. I'm not talking. Chassid tzadaf to sein. The shaila is, what's it going to take? What's it going to be that moment that's going to say, you know what? This means too. It means me too. Es meint mir. Es ist nicht als Fremde, es ist nicht als Zweiter. Yud Beis Namos ist, ich darf ausgehen von mein Golos. What's my Golos? What's holding me back? Für was bin ich nicht a chassid yitzadaf zu sein? Fine, ich bin good. I'm not chas v'shalom saying that anybody's not good. I'm fine and good. But why am I not pushing it forward? Why am I not even better than what I am? Why am I not learning more than I am? Not in a chas v'shalom way of ich bin a God in Shneim. It's the epis. It's the Ben Melech. It's the chassid from Nevin. It's Meredik. It's beautiful. It's azay tayr. It's azay shame. Azay shame. Azay verbunden. And it's real. I'm not making up some ma'isa. What's the word for it? I'm not patronizing. But this is the truth. This is the truth. It's the Ben Melech. It's the chassid from Neben, and that's the truth. When it's Yud Beis Namos, this is the truth. So stuck in on the emes. Das ist der emes and emes. Teres emes, teres chaim. How many times we hear that from the Rebbe? Teres emes, teres chaim. Teres emes, teres lebedik. And it's real today as it ever was. Just as real as it was in Tavrish Pei Zayin. Tavrish Pei Zayin, how do people react to the Frierdiker Rebbe going out of prison? People reacted. Chaim reacted in one way. It came out Kehilas, and the Frierdiker Rebbe had to calm him down. So when different people reacted in different ways. Say that we each have our characteristics, we each have our personalities, we each have our style. Aber say Yom HaGeula. So Yom HaGeula. Sedai Yom HaGeula. It's nicht Psag Yom HaGeula der Ashish. It's Sedai Yom HaGeula. So how am I becoming different? How am I becoming better? What was it becoming different? So okay, fine. So what do you want? So I should learn Rambam more carefully. I should spend, instead of 3 minutes on Prakim Rambam, I should spend 6 minutes, 2 minutes per Perek. Is that way? I shouldn't stop putting it on double speed. I should put it on 1.5 speed. That's not the Nekuda. That's not the Nekuda. There's gives riba. Like Adrab, Zog du. The Rebbe told me, you should do things this way. The Rebbe always said, Ich mach hatzahs. The people told the Rebbe, tell me what to do. They said, I'm dafka not telling you what to do. I'm dafka not telling you because I want it to be yours. So I made it a word from Rebbe. So the Rebbe should, steigt mir einer, als ich so heißen was zu tun, und der Rebbe wird folgen. That's nicht die Kavanah. That's not the Kavanah. It's not the intent. The Rebbe doesn't want to become a robot. Okay, fine. So what do you want from my life? Sit with me for bringing. Say thank you. I came to for bringing. Was ja, Zeit as that it should become real. As the Yom Yulam darf herausgehen from Golus. Was meint Golus? So you look at the Rebbe's letters of Pesach, around Pesach, particularly the Rebbe's letters in English, to go out of any anxieties. You should be freed from any anxieties, from anything that holds you back from properly serving the Eibishter. To be freed from any anxieties. I was thinking about it, what holds us back from properly Zach we have such an anxiety, we have such a fear, I don't want to become like this person did to me like that, the other person whatever, that had such an experience. Laws up, free yourself. Let yourself go. Allow that the Rebbe should elevate you. Allow yourself. I had an experience a little while ago. A few weeks ago. I have the great schools that sometimes I get phone calls from people or whatever. So a Chassid calls me. I don't know him. I didn't speak to him before. And he's clearly very emotional. And he needs to speak to me. Okay, fine, say it. So let's talk. Plus he is. Unfortunately, went through a very difficult experience. So can Yid nicht wissen, his wife lost a birth very late in pregnancy. I don't know. Again, no one should know such things, but obviously it's devastating. It's terrible. It's really, really painful. I still don't know why he's calling me, but he's sharing himself. He said that I'm listening, I'm empathizing. But then he starts crying. He's crying to the point. It's being recorded. It's being. Allah la 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 da 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 Allah da 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 ay da da Allah la 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 Allah la 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 da da ya 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 da da da
The mass is going by Shield Toba. Shield Toba. Eles matavam os deles. O ele que Shield Monson.
Wow. This is amazing. So I just want to say so. This is Rabbi Oberlach and Shir is something to me very significant. The story that I mentioned earlier. Oh, you pause, please. Now you could leave, and I'll tell you when to pause. I mentioned the story with this woman and the Litvish fellow that came to the Rebbe Sobring, and they're laughing. So I heard this story from my father many times, and people ask me, "Well, if he came in Zugleich," so Rabbi Oberlander is telling me the name, and he knows the people, he knows the Rav. So Yechiel Tauber.
Yechiel Tauber, de Rashbesten van Megon Leuro. He told me the story ze bij hem geweest. Is een Thomas Rabbi Yoel. Rabbi Yoel gaat rijden Talmiden met Monsi. Knackers. He, his brother is which made as a Maich, the ganze as Maich, Monsi, Balshuva movement. And noch Hayid Ben Seinfeldman. Matter of fact, when Rabbi Yoel came to us, when it's been gebrengt aan Monsi, de Alter Rebens, 200 jaar van de Alter Rebens, so Yechiel Tauber gekomen. In
He had an andere meer.
Is geweest, huh? Ein Gimel. When he left, zoekt maar Giel, zoekt maar Rabbi Yoel. Ze gewinnen nog einer. Ze gewinnen a Brüder. Ze gewinnen nog einer. Jener gewinnen de sterkste van allen. Wie sind die geheißen? So ich met zien van, ja, wat er gewollt zijn. A Capono, so Yechiel Tauber mir verzeiht, haben gelernt mit Rabbi Yoel, haben sie gelernt Chassidus. Rabbi Yoel hat sich gemischt, na, ganz mir einmal. Schon einmal weiß ich, ein bisschen alleine, ich meine, hier ist jemand alleine.
Das ist schon best.
Ja, das ist best, das ist cool, ich hielt auch von dem, was sagst du, geschmischt bei der. Ist gekommen, aber ja, dann muss ich gegangen, einmal zu verbringen. Du dann einmal gegangen zu verbringen, sie werden der Maße, was dann immer lachen, das ist nicht von mir. Wow. Und ich mir verzeiht, als ein Bruder hier hat zu Ars Maich, hat mal sich geschieht, dass Balschive Koppel, sie kommen zu ihm essen, auf Shabbos. En dus in de maas. En ik vroeg de vrouw tak. En ze de lach had. Dan ze gezegd, maar God, die maas. Ik ga kijk hoe de bunch dan het gemaakt.
Wow.
Het is meer verteld.
Wow. Shkoyach. Wow. Is that meistens?
Dat maas met een nummer is dat.
Absolutely. Shkoyach. That's very, very special.
No going back.
And I have a good story for you.
Maybe take it now. Once it goes on,
He's saying the story and then sitting right near me. Everything will be good. That's what we're and then we like really deep dive into like you ruined everything. We're back live.
Oh, wow. Put on my tie. Huh? What? Which of the 5? Was mein, der Rebbe will, als Yid soll sein, a lebendiger, chassidischer, freilicher Chassid. A gesunder, starker Chassid. Und wie kann man sein, a gesunder, starker, freilicher Chassid? Darf man sagen, kein Mitzvahs Behidur. Na Azeh nicht anders. When we have an attitude, Azeh nicht anders, we can't Mitzvahs Behidur. Und immer da Tere zu darf zu sein. Das ist lebendig und freilach. Das ist lebendig und freilach. So der Mendel is a lebendiger, freilicher Chassid. So he went through hell, he went through face fuss, he went through. Lebendige, freilicher Chassid. Ja. Der Rebbe will mir soll sein, lebendige, freilicher Chassidim, emes Chassidim. Chassidim mit Zedaf zu sein. Real. And we are. We don't even realize to what degree we are. Yeah, like this the Shliach that shared with me, Yishtabach 22:14. It's a Meredith. It's in the blood. The Grester Chassid, the Grester Maskil, the Chutzpah von Chassid. It's a Meredith. The Gein Yaakov von Chassid, the Gein Yaakov von Ayid. The answer is we have to be proud. We have to be. Open Mele, I say, we haben a guten Leben, we have as the Meredith can Leben. It's a chassidin from them. It's a shluchim from them. We're a reflection of them. We're a mirror of the Rebbe. Whether we like it or not, we're a mirror of the Rebbe. If somebody looks at us, they don't sit and see us, you. It's a chassid from them. Azeh nicht anders. Azeh nicht anders. L'chaim. Also before Yachmiel. Wow. This fellow. It's amazing. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Tana Yida Teva. Tana Yida Teva. L'chaim, l'chaim, l'chaim. What happened to Rabbi Overland? That's it. Poof. Close. Oh, okay. L'chaim, l'chaim, l'chaim. Thanks. No questions asked. More Gala over here? That's it. Finished. Gala. Took away the Gala. You finished the Gala?
Yeah, I supposed to pass it.
No. No, you're not allowed to drink. You know what I'm saying? That's it.
Uncle told me.
L'chaim, 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 l'chaim.
No.
That's even worse.
I'm much better off with Smith.
Okay, good. Say it.
I don't know.
Say it.
There's no Geller here.
It's okay. Yeah. I'm sorry. Say it. All good.
Hello, Azariah
Hello. Hi, Rabbi Gorman. Thank you very much for the invitation. It's a good group of guys to be here. Said l'chaim already? It's finished. L'chaim. Beseder, shout beseder.
My house? I'm going, I'm not coming back.
One more trip.
You didn't need supper, did you?
Sorry?
You didn't need supper, did you?
No.
Are you staying overnight?
I'm saying. All good. Perfect. That effect. Good action. Jeder מכיר כמינו. Sorry? Milk and honey. What? Very good. Very good. Milk and honey.
Is it good one? Yeah.
It is.
Okay. Okay.
Boss?
I think there was
Verspiel op de hezen.
Michal, Ida Michal.
No, we took.
No, they're two different stories. Ida Gewalde Michal and was du liegst.
That's in the Verspiel op de hezen.
That's a Teresh Peh. Maybe you'll print it in your chura, it will be Teresh Ksav.
But
But nowhere does it say Verspillen de Hazen. The Rebbe says Verspillen. Ida Michal. For me, it means Verspillen de. Okay, say it. Close your zipper. Say it. Ida Michal and was du liegst. It's gorgeous the way the Rebbe says it. Ida Michal and was du liegst. What? Possible. It was the leaks. It was the leaks. Yeah, l'chaim. So a word from one of the stories that the Friedrich l'chaim. Gershon is a serious chassid. He's not a local, so no one has to look at you. It's okay.
He's prejudiced.
I'm totally prejudiced. I've heard you play piano. Mittel Rebbe's Capella. Oh, amazing. What he does. He's from Buffalo. Not Buffalo for sure. Well, everybody's embarrassed to be from Toronto. Ein gesunder, starker, freilich Hasidim. So, what? No. You're from Toronto? Yeah? No, you don't have to speak about it. You don't have to speak about it. Chas v'shalom, shouldn't be embarrassed about anything silly like that. Schoen, wir gehen nicht verbringen, so schon jetzt die Lotzones. When can we switch over? You're going back? Okay, let's go back. Okay, say it. What's your name? Who? Oh, outside. What's your name? What? Why did I recognize you? Most of the time, yeah. So, is there going to be a difference tomorrow? I hope that, yeah. Dat zijn anders. Dat zijn, ja. L'chaim. I heard very geschmack from Rabbi Reitzes. I love it. What are your father? Right? Yeah, but Chicago. There's only one Reitzes in Chicago. Meiredik. That he heard from his father that after Yud Shvat, Stami, you heard this from your father too, that after Yud Shvat, Ham Gezet Chsidim Farchmuret. How do you translate Farchmuret?
It's a word that speaks for itself.
Farchmuret.
Depressed.
It's not depressed. Melancholy. Echt nicht melancholy. It's Farchmuret. They were sitting with egg on their face. Thus, sitting with the egg on their face, and the Rebbe came around, and the Rebbe said, "Was sitzt der Azeh?" Of the Stalkos, whatever. I'm not sure exactly what they said. Farchmuret. So the Rebbe said, "Farchmuret darf man sein, die wo sitzen nicht da. Die wo sind nicht da, darf man sein Farchmuret. Die wo sitzen da, darf man sein Freilach." Was? Everybody understands Yiddish should be here? Those that are not here have to be farchmuret, have to be sitting with their egg on their face. But those that are here, you're sitting amongst chassidim, you have to be happy. And by Reitze said, as the Rebbe gesagt, het. The Rebbe gesagt, aber davon sein Freilach, aber haben Azar Rebbe, und wir schon Chassidim. You heard this word before? You didn't hear this word before, maybe. But your father repeats it. You heard it from your father, I'm sure. Und davon sein Freilach, aber haben Azar Rebbe, nicht mehr haben Rebbe, wir haben Azar Rebbe, und wir sind zwischen Chassidim. So I heard it, Ben Hashmoshes, so to speak. I was after L'chaim, but not. What I was going to say Ben Hashmoshes, Dik Bamir. So I wasn't sure like exactly what he said, what he didn't say. Und danach habe ich gesehen Agilui Yoir. That Yezeda was in Yechidus, and he was smart enough to write down the Yechidus, and he was from amongst those Chassidim that sent the Yechidus to the Rebbe for the Rebbe's comment, and it's the Yechidus, it's full of Hagah. And he has over there a line on the Rebbe gesagt. Als wir da zijn zufrieden, da zijn freilich, aber wir haben Azar Rebbe, mit zwischen Chassidim. So, this is something that the Rebbe was Magia. As wir haben Azar Rebbe, mit zwischen Chassidim. It's an unbelievable thing. Nicht der Rebbe, wir haben Azar Rebbe. And by definition, das meint Geula. Wir haben Azar Rebbe. Darf das aufheben, darf das herausnehmen, that has to elevate us, that's to transform us, that's to move us. And an experience with the Rebbe is transformative, it is elevating, it is redeeming, it does these things. Any person that experienced this by the Rebbe, that had an experience like this by the Rebbe. So I want to share something, and sometimes it backfires, I hope it won't backfire. hope. One may hope. So many years ago, there was something called AskMoses.com. There's a chiddush, that you could ask questions and you get answers right away.
AI?
Now you ask text.
Right. But the quality of the answers. Stop. So, I was one of the Moseses. It's pretty funny. And everybody had their shifts and whatever. And at a certain point, maybe he'll hear it. I don't know. I don't know who's listening to this. So somebody gets on, and he makes it very clear that he knows me very well. He obviously comes on with a fake name, but he makes it very clear to me that he knows me very well. There was a point in my life when I thought that losing weight might be a good idea, and I was on a certain diet when I was in Zal, and he mentioned that diet to me. So yeah, you finished the whole shas. So does that help you answer the whatever? He made it very clear to me. He knows me very well. So it was definitely somebody that was with me in yeshiva. And he started asking heavy apikoursis, not the cheap shots. So then we had an option that we're able to stay online, but block off that to anybody that came online. We would not be seen. So if I'm online, I would not be seen, so no one can ask me any questions, but I could still remain online. If I'm communicating with somebody, I could still communicate with that person. So first I told him, these are heavy questions, and I'm about to get offline. That's how it started. He came online just before my shift was over, and started heavy up. Of course, I said, I'm sorry, I need to get offline now. I'll pass you on to the next scholar, and sei gesund. So before I could manage to pass him on, he made it very clear that he knows me very well. So say that. Okay, fine, I won't pass you on. I'll just shut off everybody else. So we started this heavy conversation. I'm saying my thing, he's saying his thing, and we're arguing, quite heated, quite heavy. At a certain point, I said to him, I wasn't getting anywhere, and he wasn't getting anywhere. So at a certain point, I said to him, you know what? That's the troll. Control. He told me the next time I come to Crown Heights, he'll identify himself to me. Apparently, I wasn't in Crown Heights yet. But still, maybe one day he will. So I said to him, I asked him, so there's an option, they had an option then, that you could print out your conversation. Whatever you ask and all the questions and answers back and forth, you just click print and the whole thing. So I asked him, would you feel comfortable just printing out this conversation that we just had and approaching the Rebbe after Kehilas and passing this pile of paper with your yarmulke to the Rebbe and walking out of 770. Pause. After a while he comes back, he says, no, I would not. So why not? He said, this is my problem. As much as I kick, as much as I scream, and as much as I argue, I simply can't rip myself away. Can't. Obviously, we replied to him, Ayid, Nishtavil, Nishtaken, said, yeah, exactly. It's a story of Hillel Paritcher that said the Alter Rebbe. Famous story that the Alter Rebbe asked Hillel Paritcher. Sorry? Shmuel Munkus? What did you say? Shmuel Munkus, yeah, I'm sorry. Well, I'm sorry?
Story number 62.
Yeah. So that's my problem. That's my problem. I can't walk away. Saying Nebach, it's expressing a certain reality. As a chassid is be'emes verbunden mit dem Neb, and you can't walk away. Yeah, and tragically, painfully, some people feel that they did walk away. But that's not who a chassid is. A chassid is be'emes, one with the Rebbe, one with the Eibush. A yid is one with the Eibush. I can't push him. A question that we have to ask ourselves is, how do we express this Mesidus Nefesh? Where? With what? How do we express this idea as Azay or Nishtanders? As ich bin a Chassid. A Chassid, this is my life. But it's not just because I'm forcing myself. The question of the Barta la Sela, hitting the Sela, the question of actually becoming that person. I'm using my father as an example of a chassid. Was he a perfect person? I have a lot of respect for him. Do I think that he was a tzaddik gamun? No, I don't. I think he was a very special chassid, an amazing chassid. He wasn't a tzaddik gamun. He wasn't a person without flaws, but he was a person who was completely obsessed. Obsessed is a word. Completely focused on what he could do to give the Rebbe nachas, what he could do to further the Rebbe's agenda. That was definitely his obsession. Now the question is, what's my obsession? What's your obsession? What kind of obsession? Do you have an obsession? Maybe you're just simply just waiting, whatever, for another day to pass. I don't have an obsession. I don't know, whatever, nothing. Nothing means Nefesh HaBahamis. Nothing means that the Nefesh HaBahamis is working. It's working. Nefesh HaBahamis is working. It's active. You know, Fabrang with the great tzaddik of Milan, the Gershon Mendel. L'chaim. What comes to L'chaim though? So a lot, bottles, yeah. A chassid darf sein ein gesunder chassid. A chassid has to be a real chassid, a gesunder chassid. Not to run away from who he is and what he is, and not to deny who he is and what he is. Mitzat sheni, darf nicht werden spol von Havayas el Mahazeh. Who am I? What am I? Who is a chassid? Wer ist a chassid? Was wir haben ist a chassid? A chassid a shtik Rebbe. A chassid a shtik alakus. Das ist a chassid. Chassid is a person, certain person, geborener. Each one of us has our challenges, and each one of us has our things, our stuff that we need to do. Darf arbeiten auf sich to become. Bringen die Yula mitzvah shlema. It's not amen. It's something that we need to do. You're going to go to work tomorrow, amen? Say that. You're going to pay the bills at the end of the month, amen? Yeah, say that. Yeah, tak amen. It's a certain attitude that this is my job, das ist mein Arbeit. Yeah, sure, amen. When I'm at amen. Hallelujah. Yeah, say that. Amen. This is my life. My life is as ich darf bringen die Gula mitzvah shlema. How am I going to do it? Was gehe ich tun? How am I going to be tomorrow? How am I going to be today? How am I going to live today? Living life with the Rebbe elevates a person's shaped of dimensions. The Maimer of the Rebbe. The Rebbe's Maimer are absolutely amazing, so uplifting, so beautiful. So Maimer of the Rebbe speaks about this actually. Maimer of the Alter Rebbe, the Maimer of Ketzarim. The Alter Rebbe speaks about how it's possible for a person that is foolish to become smart. If he repeats smart words if he repeats words of a smart person, it's shy for a person that is a lowlife to elevate himself. In other words, there's what's behind this? Does the inner reality of your life affect your levushim, or do your levushim affect the inner character and personality of who you are? There's a mimer the Alter Rebbe speaks about that. Even if your inner character and the inner personality is pathetic or silly or foolish, your levushim are able to affect your etzem hanefesh. Mimer lo yikonefed marecha. And the Rebbe discusses this mimer. This was a different mashalim that the Rebbe says, that the Alter Rebbe says. A short mimer. Marmar K'tzarm. Marmar K'tzarm is an untouched treasure. People look at the red set and it's like, Ebazeh. It's not anymore. Okay. Sorry? Who paid for it? Who? Who? L'chaim ol bracha, l'chaim.
No, a few hours.
I think the mail starts tonight. If you do not say Kiddush, Kabbalah tonight, you've already started, the year's beginning, you're already behind already.
So we have a soul over here that is a very deep soul, a beautiful soul, and he says that it all depends on Krishna Shalom Mitzvah tonight. That if you don't do Krishna Shalom Mitzvah tonight properly,
It's about you're starting off in the negative already on your first one.
so now your friend that introduced you to negativity is speaking. I want to say it the other way around. Perhaps if Abraham is the ultimate introduction to Krishna Shalom Mitzvah. There's a big debate. There's a big question that was asked. The whole point of davening is in order to be able to bring properly. The whole point of bringing is in order to daven properly. So there's a debate like that. But the truth is that they both have to support each other. That proper davening. Remember, Gimel and Dalet was 2 years that were whatever. And if we're bringing the lot with the Mendel Futterfa, Sinem Zalman Gopin, Zolzain Gesund, and so on. And one of the things that Zalman spoke about is like if you don't work, that the communists knew, there was a saying by the communists that if you don't work by day, you can't drink at night. If you waste your whole day, just drinking at night just doesn't work. After a heavy day's work, you almost come and drink it. So this is in a coarse Russian way. But by Chassidim given, there was a certain concept like that. The person that davens ba'aveda, that davens properly, so there's a farbrengen is a different farbrengen. So it's just like you just rattled off davening. Come, let's drink. That's not a farbrengen. It's not a farbrengen. What's the point? There's Yud Beis Tam is a time of redeeming yourself. Each one of us needs redemption. We need Geula. Pashut on a personal level, we need Geula. And Geula is a very real reality. It's not some type of, deep spiritual idea. It has nothing to do with physical reality. As in that letter from this younger man. The Pesach is about freeing a person from his anxieties. A letter from Tafshin and Aleph. Freeing you from your anxieties. And to take this for the whole year, that you should serve Hashem with joy and so on. It's not just some type of bracha. This is direction. This is an outlook of life, of how you meant to live life. How you meant to live life properly. How's the Rebbe envision your life? How's the Rebbe want you to live your life? Do I care about your anxieties or not? Oh, whatever. Pesach, Chag Kasher B'Sameach, whatever. Should be a little bit of drama, not too much drama, not too much Shalom Bayis issues, as long as you survive Pesach. No, that Pesach is about living. I can pull out the letter, whatever. It's a letter, so to speak, I'll call it Prati. Was will the Rebbe? Was Hashem want? Was will the Rebbe? The Rebbe wants what Hashem, the Eibishter wants. Was the Eibishter want? Als Yid soll sein freilich, Yid soll sein a freier, be'emes a freier Mensch, free from darkness, free from pathetic taivas, free from issues, from things that pull us down, that hold us back from living properly, that stop living a life of Nefesh Bahamis. Semius. And we know, stell sich hecher. Das Yud Beis Tammuz. That we could experience, and that's what the Rebbe says. That because of Yid the Rebbe experienced the Geula, so therefore we could all experience the Geula. So Rosh Hashanah. So Zaltzman tells shared the other night. He said, it's a big sin when asked, "Was Yud Beis Tammuz? Was Yud Beis Tammuz? Was is Shema Yisrael? Hashem Elokeinu Hashem Echad." What's the Shema Yisrael? It's a classic Russian answer. What's this? Oh, you ask this? What's that? And what's Shema Yisrael? Shema Yisrael is Yichud Ilah. Yud Beis Tammuz is Yichud Ilah. Oh, say the Shkoyach L'chaim. What does the Rebbe say? The Rebbe says, let me tell you what Yud Beis Tammuz is. Yud Beis Tammuz is Geula, and because of you have experience, you could experience Geula, or you could stay stuck. You have an option. Ken's bleiben in Golos. You could stay in your cage and laugh at everybody else, like the gorillas that throw the bananas at other people. Life's the gorillas. If they go on your telephone, you could throw. You could laugh at them. You could make fichas in front of them. But the life's the gorilla. Or you could be a free person. Sei machlit. What's the will sein? Sei machlit. Not you. You're fine. So Fabrengen is meant to do one thing. Fabrengen is Christian Shalom. This is a Fabrengen. Fabrengen is Christian Shalom Mitte, not instead of Christian Shalom. This is Christian Shalom Mitte. Da was an ander Mensch. I have to be a different person. I have to be a different person. My friends are going to make fun of me. And say that it's grow up. Time to grow up, to get a set of things and to do what we need to do in order to bring the Geulah to the Shlema. Now, Haris came from Golos. So, but I'm too chicken to go out of Golos. Earpods. Your business. I'm not mixing in. Now, Haris came from Golos. We started getting from Golos. So the Rebbe gives us unbelievable treasures. That gives Mamorim. So you learn a Maimar that Rebbe Pashut elevates a person to unbelievable heights. And I'm saying from experience, not from my personal experience. I could also speak speak from experience from people that got involved in Yiddishkeit well after Gimel Tammuz. A Pashut Greisach Sidim from Rebbe. Greisach Sidim. Chassidim, the Pashut, unbelievable. By me, unbelievable. It's a great Chassidim. Some learn Chassidus, some learn Nigla, and Namim Tzayim, and they're unbelievable. So stuck in some unbelievable Nachas Ruach that they give. That have unbelievable, real stuff, real Aveda. There's heavy stuff that's going on. Where does it come from? They get it. They allow themselves to be elevated. So yeah, it's true. They didn't go through the cynical cycle of yeshiva and post yeshiva. Yeah, so they have an advantage. It's MS. But we could also grow out of cynicism. We could also grow out of our mashagas. It's shaykh. We're not forced. We're not stuck. The Rebbe is nicht azach that anybody is a lost cause. Yeah, it's masking. Is that masking doctor in the left field?
The bleacher cream.
No, it's not the bleacher. The bleacher is this is left wing, deep in left field. Okay, say Chas v'shalom. The web. When Yeshua was saying about the web, as long as you're fighting, you have to keep on fighting. He says, as Amos said, he said it's a sword in the Moshe Sefer. Geshem Mendel was speaking about the tzaddik from Milan, the Rav from Milan. Remember Fabrengen, very special. That's not my show. Geshem Mendel, my friend. It's not my show. What?
Yes, who's yours?
Oh, Harav Tzaddik Reb Zusha Zilberstein from Montreal.
He's a frequent visitor.
Right.
He's one of the big ones.
Yeah.
Wow, many copies for brains. More than that here.
So what did Yashman say?
Some, whatever. Nicht größer meistens. It's not a tzaddik?
No, for sure, it's
That's it.
talking to him or?
No, stop.
So what was the story? So what?
Never Chaim.
He spoke about l'chaim l'bracha. Gershon is an unbelievable guy. Gershon Mendel was one. I love Tabrang with Gershon Mendel, and I remember one of them. He was describing the web of the spider around a bug. It keeps on spinning the web, but the spider doesn't kill the bug until the bug doesn't stop fighting. As long as the bug is fighting, the spider won't kill the bug. At a certain point, you fight and you fail, you fall on your face, you get back up again. At a certain point, buses. What's not adding up? Putin. And sometimes you could be caught up in a web of cynicism, a web of laziness, a web of despair, a web of ich kann schon nicht. Or you could say, I have to work and I have to do. Und der Rebbe man Geula. Der Rebbe will Jerusalem jeder Jid von Galus. Wir haben eine Azar Rebbe. Wir haben wie freilich und darf sein. So Yud Beis Tammuz is the time to go free. And from anything that's holding us back from properly living the way we should, the way we could. And I hope that this Fabrengen is going to serve to achieve some freedom, achieve some emancipation from the Nefesh Bahamas, liberation from the Nefesh Bahamas. The Allah cynicism.
What's the story with the bar mitzvah, the ice cream?
What?
By your bar mitzvah, you wanted to have some ice cream. You did.
And he learned that I was normal. Why are you bringing that up?
Remember,
You're not serving ice cream.
some salt. I'm crazy.
We said the story before you came.
Oppa.
I don't believe it.
I said it before, I think attendance.
I wasn't chesed you were listening.
Sounds like both these guys is not just from Golos.
Tiefem Golos. So stechen als zweiten Eden. That's for sure.
So say the story.
It's a story. I started eating ice cream. My grandfather thought I was nuts. Simple. He thought I was nuts. Springer, yeah.
I flew with him once to Brazil, you should know.
My grandfather?
We're
No.
on the same flight.
My grandfather went to Brazil. Yeah, maybe.
Pesa.
Itcha?
Option son.
Itcha.
Yeah.
My grandfather is not his brother.
Okay.
My granduncle, yeah. Yeah, Itcha's daughter lives in Brazil. Kiyodua, the great shluchim.
Flying, and I was going on the plane, and you see like two was behind me.
And he was watching?
I was gonna say he's watching
No,
a movie,
no,
then the
no.
story's boring.
You know, the plane like turns around to go like up, on the runway to the thing. And all of a sudden, the plane like starts speeding up, and all of a sudden, I hear the steward say, sit down. Turn around, you're just standing up, and the guy goes, sit down. I told him, you guys, the runway, when you're leaving, that's when you say, you stand up, I'll be done.
He got the Romanian? That's finished. He's not an extremist. Yeah, no, Itch was a special Yid. My grandfather was a very special Yid. I'm not sure what story you're referring to, but was a bar mitzvah bacher. Shavuos, yeah, I was Mekayim the mitzvah, of eating ice cream. My grandfather was literally looking at me like it fell off. But it was an interesting experience. It was It was Reb Nissen, the Reb Nissen vibes. But I ate ice cream. I ate ice cream afterwards, and I don't think that eating ice cream is my biggest crime. As I am, maybe for my health, it won't be so great. Why are you bringing that up? Stop. Okay. I don't think that my not eating ice cream is my geula. And we have to focus on what our geula actually is. Each one of us.
What's the metric for achieving Gula?
You go to therapy.
No, I'm saying you have to have Gula. So how do we know that
You're from Crown Heights?
he's from Kingston?
I say?
He was your camper in West Midland.
I know, but you speaking about therapy, I didn't speak. That's not for me.
No, but what's the metric to have achieved Gula?
Make yourself uncomfortable.
Already uncomfortable.
Yeah?
And when you see it, everybody's uncomfortable.
Do something different tomorrow that is out of your comfort zone.
That's Gula, that's a step in the right direction.
Yeah, that's how you'll achieve Gula. That if tomorrow you come to shul and you don't speak to the people that you usually speak to in the middle of davening, chas v'shalom, you, but if a person, or a person that doesn't
Come
daven,
to the minion. Okay, fine. I understand.
what a person that challenges himself. Don't do tomorrow what you did today and yesterday and 2 days ago and 3 days ago. That tomorrow is different. I'm sorry?
Very nice balabas.
No, I didn't say that. I said that
irony is that Google was to get uncomfortable.
the way to achieve Geula is to not remain in Golus.
So Gula is a series of small uncomfortable steps.
In every single one of those steps is redeeming yourself.
So how do I know when Gula
On the 12 steps of.
When no. The ultimate Geula is when all of mankind achieves this. But if you have a moment where you challenge yourself and you do something good that you didn't do yesterday or 2 days ago, that is a moment of Geula.
So this whole Gula thing is like another way to rap avoid the Bechatzma, another rapper.
No.
No,
Are you asking a real question or are you just making fun?
no, I'm serious.
No, it's not. So first
You
of
have to work, you have to work. No, like it's not Gula. Like I'm gonna live Gula. Wow.
well, what
You
happens?
have to put in the work.
What happens when the actual Geula Mitzvah Shlema happens? What happens then? Do you stop working? Like, what's the problem?
It's like,
It's like, do you walk away with a big fat teddy bear?
Probably not.
No, you don't, you really don't. You never do.
LMI.
Geula is
But that's the world reach the place that the whole Pesach is gonna be for David.
exactly. So what happened? What did Mendel Futterfass achieve with his Avodah? He experienced. I mean, he didn't say this, and I'm not suggesting titles and whatever, but he achieved an element of Geula. Of that when he lived Elikus.
So I can say, I'll start working with Ula with everybody else, like, I'm gonna see himself. When everybody's done, we'll bring it, we'll get there, we'll jump on the bandwagon, then.
Is bleibst du tief in Golus? Is that good for you?
Not particularly, others, I'd say.
Fine. If you're comfortable with that, it's fine. If you're comfortable,
It's optional, so Ula is optional.
everything is out. You have Bchir Chavshis, absolutely. The fact that a person could think that remaining in Golus is a viable option is a sign of unhealthiness, of lack of health. The fact that a person that is an addict might feel that it's okay is an unhealthy sign. It's not coming from a place of good health. It's unhealthy. It's not good. There are people that feel that way. Hoarders that feel that it's okay. They're just saving stuff. Like your life is upside down. Like realize it's okay, it's fine. I have space. No, you don't. You can't even breathe. It's fine. Like at a certain point, you say, you know what? And that's just part of the recognition of like I have an illness, and that's the mimer that I quoted in the beginning, or whatever I somewhat quoted or based on the mimer. Like when a person recognizes that you have an illness, I have an issue. It's not that I'm drinking. I have a drinking issue. Call it by its name. I have a gambling issue. I have a hoarding issue. I have an eating issue. I have an issue. If you don't call it by its name, the animal never is never free. So what's the problem? So just let it be. So say that. No, it's not. You have an issue. Or whatever. Each one of us, whatever, we have, each one of us has our stuff. And unless you realize that I need to achieve Geula, my objective is Geula, that I should have Geula. What do you want for your kids? What do you want for your kids? I want to give my kids a comfortable life. What does comfortable mean? That the bike seat should be more comfortable, that they have bigger, fatter pads on their elbows and they should never fall. Look, what's more comfortable? And people want to have more, I want my kids to be more comfortable than I was. What does that mean? To have an Audi, not a Toyota? Like, what was more comfortable mean? And really, we have a hard time defining it. Like, what does more comfortable mean? And the truth is, what are we really looking for? We want our children to have Geula. What's Geula? Geula doesn't mean that you don't work. Geula means that you're driven and you're focused that to live a life of Hashem Chodesh Mayachad. That a life of Elokus. That this is that your whole life is focused on learning another Maimer. That the greatest achievement, the greatest pleasure, and the greatest delight that you have is that I learned another Maimer, and it takes work to learn that Maimer. It takes work to understand that Maimer. It takes the work to implement that Maimer, and I become elevated with that, and I feel it, and I experience it. Of course, there's nothing greater than that in the world. I wish my kids could derive pleasure from that. So I want to make my kids' lives more comfortable. I want them to appreciate, to love a Maimer, and to challenge themselves to appreciate the Maimer, and to challenge themselves to chew that Maimer, and to live that Maimer, and to be elevated with that Maimer. That's a lakus. I'm not going to get that by giving them another steak, another sushi, another whatever. No, it's going to take work on my part. And if I tell them to do that and I don't live that way myself, I can't achieve that. So what do I want? What's Geula? I want Geula for myself. If I don't want Geula, so what do you really want? I want to remain a gorilla in a cage. Say that, and it's a big fat cage, and I get sushi all the time. At a certain point, it's like whatever. Okay, fine. I had all the different. Like say this. Shinsait that is given from Golos. So what's my Golos? So what's my cage? Do I not have a cage? And what's my defense system? What am I thinking? What are the stuff that I put up that don't allow me to actually achieve Geula? What's the stuff? Many of us that went through the system, it's a cynicism, and we have all the lashon haras on everybody and their brother-in-law and the people that they thought of becoming their brother-in-law. And now what? Are you in Golos or are you in Geula? Where are you? And what could you do to get out? So should we stop laughing? Boss? Yeah, 15 possibilities. Yeah, exactly.
What's cynicism?
Das ist Geula. Was ist cynicism? Das ist Geula.
What is that? What does it mean?
No. I'm not an English expert. Rabbi Gorman is from England.
You did it a million times. I thought I could get around it without knowing.
This is nicht so sehr wichtig. Rabbi Yarmash knows English very well.
I know English very well.
He'll tell us what cynicism is. But he's from Crown Heights, so he doesn't know what cynicism is. That was cynical. When I said that if you're from Crown Heights, you don't know what cynicism is, that was cynical. It's nicht Kalkheit. It's a was? You're Shalif lubavitch. Right? Boss? When you look at anything, it's not even a malik. It's not even a malik. It's how's the Friedrich describe it? I can't think of the exact title right now. But this is it's not just upmachen. It's just like there's a dark way of communicating. Like everything that you see is with darkness, with distrust, with cynical. What do you say? Cynical. Buzz? I hope I didn't offend you with my. You got offended? Bet Mechila, Slicha, Kapara, Barabim, and the same Rabbim. If I offended you, absolutely. Ich sicher nicht gemeint. Was? So bring me ice cream.
But I'm thinking, I know, I watched this one time, many years ago by Fabring in Toronto. You were going by this in the story, I had a geschmack in here. I wanted to see. Start again.
No.
You Fabring is only about not having ice cream.
It didn't work.
It worked very well. They sat to listen.
Where in Toronto do you come from?
La de de, la de de, la 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 de da da la 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 la. La la da 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 do, ya la de de, ya la de de, la la la. La da da do, la da da da, la de, la da da, la da da, la da, ya la. Allah, Allah, la 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 de 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 de. La de la de la la de la 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 de da la la ya ya la de la de la 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 de da la 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 de da la de da da la 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 ya 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 la la da da ya la da 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 ya la da la la da da ya 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 la la ya 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 la 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 ya ya la 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 ya 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 la 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 Anybody else sing L'chaim? I'll gesagt vier, that's it.
Came across an amazing thing yesterday. When I was born in 1950, the average age for a person to live was 59 years old.
Is that so?
It was in 1950. Today, it's for a male, generally, and this is worldwide, generally it's 79. In other words, the Abishter gave me another 20 years.
That is sweet.
That when I was at birth, they would say, oh, he's going to be gone in 20 years. In 1970, whatever it was going to come out to be. It didn't turn out that way. I got a 20-year extra. That's kind of amazing. What do we do with 20 years?
You were born in That is sweet, that's why. The average generation. Got more years. The question is what we're going to do with it. More than anything else, to ask ourselves, what do I think about when I drive? Now, what do I think about when I drive? That I need to control my thoughts. What do I think about when I have nothing to think about? What do I think about when I have nothing to think about? Well, you have to think about what direction you're going. Obviously, you have to think about that. I can think about I'm giving a shear tomorrow, or I need to make a purchase or make a sale, whatever it is. So that's what I'm thinking about. When you're not thinking about what you need to do, what am I thinking about? And this is freeing yourself. Naturally, a person has thoughts, gullus thoughts, thoughts that are destructive, thoughts that are gullus thoughts. What kind of gullus thoughts? Thoughts of inappropriate thoughts, unhealthy thoughts, depressing thoughts, dark thoughts, cynical thoughts. There are many different forms of negative thoughts. And unless we don't work on freeing ourselves, we remain stuck. We remain enslaved. We remain in shackles. So how could we free ourselves? And this is what the Rebbe tries to do. I want to free you. The Rebbe tells you, I want to free you. I want to free yourself from. I want you to become free. I'll give you the tools, but you'll have to do it. You'll have to turn the key. Being a chassid with the Rebbe is not just saying I'm a chassid with the Rebbe. Being a chassid with the Rebbe is living with the Rebbe. What's mean living with the Rebbe? It's obviously living with Geula. Say that. And what's mentos? I need to have a mimer that's on my head, a mimer that I'm trying to understand, a mimer that I'm trying to figure out, a mimer that I figured out, if I could, a mimer that I love, or even a mimer. It's not a mimer that I love. It's a mimer that I'm struggling to understand. Let me try to think about the question. Let me think about the answer. Let me think about a word that the Rebbe said. Listening to the Rebbe's voice. The Rebbe gives us so many opportunities. There's a fellow that I met. He's a big macher or whatever. He considers himself a satman or whatever. I consider he tells me, he says, I consider myself a satman chassid. I love the Rebbe. He's like, what do you mean? How does that work? How does that work? Yeah, satman chassid, we love it. How does that work? So I try to tell my children about what Satman Rebbe said about things, and I have to tell them. There's no way for them to hear it from the Satman Rebbe. And any issue in Yiddishkeit that they ask me about, I just pull up a video of the Rebbe, and here is what Torah says about this issue. Here's what the Rebbe says about this issue. I wish I would be able to have that. It's not just that I wish that my Rebbe said would be able to have that, but the fact that the Rebbe did it, this is the ultimate Rebbe. This is it. It's like I cannot love the Rebbe for doing this, for allowing this to happen, for enabling this to happen. So the Rebbe gives us so many ways of achieving Geula. What's Geula? The Rebbe says a sikh. The Rebbe says a maimer. What's the purposes of that? There's a certain one. Obviously, the Rebbe's teaching Torah, and the Rebbe's giving a new insight. The Rebbe's giving a chiddush. The Rebbe's giving a different way of understanding that aspect of Torah that the Rebbe's addressing. But more than anything else, the Rebbe wants us to achieve Geula. What's the Rebbe's biggest drive? The Rebbe's biggest desire? The Rebbe's biggest wish? What do you want? What do you want? The Rebbe wants to bring Geula. The Rebbe wants to bring Geula. Now that we should become nigal, and that we should be the ones that bring Geula. So what's the Rebbe do to do that? Everything. Primarily, it's his teaching. He'll sing a song and wave his arm and give $1 and send a letter to somebody that's going through a crisis. And so, what do you want? And each one of us, no matter what we think or don't think, this one gets a letter from the Igris, and this one gets an answer from the oil, and this one gets an answer from the video, and this one gets an answer because he bought a used book, and this one gets an answer because of every single one of us, no matter what we believe or don't believe, each one of us gets answers, and there are kaka answers from the Rebbe, and it's pashut, unbelievable the answers from the Rebbe. What does the Rebbe want? Gay aris from Golus. Stop with your silliness, with your pettiness, with your narrowness, with your negativity. Stop. There's a much taller way of living. That's Golus. It's passé. It's past. It's old news. Genukshan. Move forward. Move on. It's all what's it called? Fake news. It's old. CNN. It's old garbage. It's garbage. So what could I do? Was noch kann ich tun? How many times did I say, was noch kann ich tun? What else? Let's trying to find solutions. Trying to solutions that you and I should go out of Golos. So Levi Jacobson should get out of his thick flesh. Genug schon mit dem in der Grabkeit. Genug schon mit den Babameises. Genug schon mit allem Dreck. Genug. Everybody agrees, yeah? Is it a Bezdin? Is it a Bezdin of 3 Chabad? Left wing. Left field. Genug.
I'm a little slow.
At a certain point, he was saying, genug. What's genug? It's his side of the Geula. It's the side of the Geula. The wedding that you're Shalayim, whatever. Yeah, we want that too. Here's orders here from Golos. That my life should be a mimer, that I learn a mimer, that's the biggest pleasure in my life. Now, that's just the biggest pleasure in my life, but this drives my day. And my desire is to learn another mimer. That the moment that I'm learning a mimer, there's nothing that interferes and interrupts that mimer. And that mimer gives me energy and vitalizes me for the entire day. This is the greatest thing in the world. This is a way of living. This is real living. I'm a male. I learn mitzvah design. I learn halacha properly, and I follow halacha properly, and I learn nigla properly. I live the way I'm supposed to. Or I could be continue whatever. Yeah, I come to Chassidus, and I don't come to Chassidus, and I learn Chassidus, and I don't, whatever. Yeah. I'm done. I'm finished. It's good. It's fine. Let's get geschlagen the sauce. Let's get geschlagen the sauce. What's the message? Well, my time's up.
We're trying to.
We're trying to internalize what you think.
To make a WhatsApp group to kochen a maimer from Nebben every week, a maimer from Nebben, push it to live a maimer from Nebben, to elevate yourself, to internalize it, to allow yourself genug, daloi golos. Genug golos. How long? So there's what the Abisha has to do. We say this Abisha's business. We have to demand, we have to cry, we have to scream, whatever. Say that. But then there's what we could do. We have to do whatever we could. As boss.
Some people who say this is not good.
Boss is not Geula.
Another minor.
What's Geula?
Gula is the Gula. He never wants you to, then when he said he wants to be Mashiach, he wants to be a little more Maimara, he wants to say maybe another Maimer.
Chavchas Nissen, the Rebbe said it. As we believe in Golos Pnimi. That's what the Rebbe said. And we believe in Golos Pnimi. What? And so how do you get out of Golos Pnimi? Are you being cynical? Right, so what do you mean? So you're agreeing with what I'm saying? What, you disagreeing? So how do you go out of Golos Pnimi?
I don't know, but that's not Google. I don't know, like, we take words and we took my Golos Pnimi and then we say, that's speaking for 40 years about Google. What did he mean? That we should learn Maimer.
Is that what I'm saying?
That's what I hear.
Okay, so let me say it in other words.
This is the first time I heard the word Golos Pnimi. The first time I heard it.
Bamas, what do you think I was talking about?
Cool.
The ultimate, I think I said it many times that we're looking forward to Hashem bringing about the Geulah Mitzvah Hashlema. And Adrabah.
I was making up on behalf of the.
Thank you. We need.
That was a machashla from Chaim because there was too much communication. Retracted.
So if there's any other. If you, I'm sharing what I think, and I could be I'm 100% wrong. I think I'm 100% right. Well, the Rebbe says, so and therefore what? And therefore, so what should you do about that? How could that change? And this is what I think what I'm trying to say. And we should remain cynical, and we should stand by yes and bench and speak about the Meshagoyim that are inside 770.
Some will, yes.
So that's Gobos.
For some people, yes.
It depends if you got the hot dog or didn't. If you came too late and you only got a bun, and you then you mamash in Golus. If you got a hot dog and a bun, you're fine. You're in Golus. V gave me not from Golus. Bamas. V gave me not from Golus. Like, and if you have a better answer, I'm happy to
There are
hear.
many people who think that Mashiach Satan is exactly what you're saying. Mashiach Satan is when you realize that you unleash your inner power, and that is Mashiach. Mashiach is not a time, it's not a place, it's not a person.
Chalila to say that. Chalila to say that. That's.
It was first. No.
Chalila to say that. What? That's epicursus. Like, what do you mean? Now you're getting personal.
No, what do you want to say? Seriously.
No, I just, the impression I was getting. I was wrong, I got the wrong impression.
I
was getting the wrong.
I'm not, but no, but I don't know if you're joking. You're being. Bamas don't know.
No one's joking. But I
What?
wasn't joking. Well,
He agrees with me that you're hard one to
I
read.
wasn't joking, is that speaking agreed with me. Right? So that's all right. It was misunderstood. It was total misunderstanding.
I'm not saying any which way that just learning a Maimon and that's it. Chas v'shalom. What I am trying to say is that we can't stay stuck in Golos. And when I say stuck in Golos is we have to get out of your personal Golos. And your personal Golos, and each one of us expresses itself in different ways. And many of us, it's all of the above. Some of us in our taivas, and some of us in destructive and horrible behavior. And so each one of us has our own struggles that we don't choose, but that the Eibusher gave us. Now you have to elevate yourself from that. So you can go to therapy. I'm not saying that. And if you need therapy, God bless you. What I'm talking about is something else. I'm talking about that the Rebbe gave us amazing tools and amazing. The Rebbe's for years trying to elevate us. Allow for that to happen. Is that the Gula Mitzvah Vashlema? Yes, I believe the words that the Rambam says that they're repeated so many times, that also Mitzvah Achas, Machshava Achas, and Dibur Echad, and so on and so forth, will bring about the Gula Mitzvah Vashlema. We demand from the Eibusher, we cry to the Eibusher, sing to the Eibusher, yichid to the Eibusher, whatever it is that you feel that you're going to do to the Eibusher to get him to bring about the Gula Mitzvah Vashlema. Well, what's your part? What are you doing tomorrow different than today that's going to bring the Gula? You do another mitzvah? Yes. But there's something much more than that I think that the Rebbe is trying to get you to do. I want you to think differently. I want you to see things differently. I want you to see that the Eibusher is be'emes emes. And therefore there's nothing other than the Eibusher. And therefore there's nothing other than doing what the Eibusher wants, which is what the Rebbe tells us what to do. The Rebbe tells us to do what the Eibusher wants us to do. So how are you going to get that? How are you going to elevate yourself to that point? That you shouldn't be cynical, that you shouldn't be negative, that you shouldn't be depressed, you shouldn't be lazy, you shouldn't be whatever those things that get in your way of living the way you're supposed to. How's that going to happen? So I'm going to give you Torah. I'm going to give you Torah. Through Torah, you become elevated. But if we learn the Torah, or we don't internalize it, so how's Rebbe's objective going to work? How's Rebbe's plan going to work? We'll do the Rebbe a favor, and once a month, and we'll learn about Shabbos Mavarchim. What I'm trying to I'm sorry. Articulate, thank you. To express, or to encourage, or whatever it is you want to. So what's it do? So we spent some whatever, hummus and now what? And tomorrow will be the same day as today. So what should we do? Say Yechi 7 times? Or start saying Yechi? If we don't say Yechi, like, is that the difference? Buzz?
It hurts, not bad thing.
Say that. I'm not disagreeing. But what does it ever want? Learn Gilul Mashiach. Yes, learn Gilul Mashiach. It's not just learn Gilul Mashiach. That we should become different people. We should start seeing things differently. Elevate yourself. That you should become. That your midah should become different. Your meichel should become different. Your eyes should become different. That everything should become different about you. That's the whole point of it. That's the whole point of how many times, again, I mentioned this earlier, the words are such painful words. How many times how pained the Rebbe was that people are not looking to go out of Golus. It's not on your radar. You're not looking to go out of Golus. And what's your Golus? Sometimes, with all my issues, whatever, my lack of shalom bias, and my being lazy, and my lack of shmiras, I'm not careful with hidur in mitzvahs. It's all the Abish's fault. Let the Abish take care of it. Cute. For a child to say that is very cute and sweet, and you know what? And you'll even get a star maybe. But for an adult to say that is immature. It's inappropriate. You want to go out of Golus, so what are you doing about it? Like maybe it's time to go out of your own Golus. Maybe it's time to take life seriously. Maybe it's time to become careful with learning. Go out of Golus. You have to learn to say this. So you say the Shvi. Fine. So he's kochzich and Shvi. Kochzich and the Rebbe Zamar. I'm going to say your hergish is wrong. You have to dafke learn. Tavshon Beis. Rebbe said you have to learn to look at the Tereir. I say Brekman the Geula. Well, no, but that's not really how you're going to bring the Geula. Okay, fine. So how are you going to bring the Geula? Let the Abishur do it. So the Rebbe's words that you have to do whatever you can is what? Lehevel Ladik? The Rebbe should have directed everything to the Abishur? That's not okay. That's not okay. That's not Geula. Fine, so it's just a wrestling thing between the Rebbe and the Abishur, and let them figure it out, and we'll sit in the sideline together with Chvesos Dana White and whoever it is, and we're good. That's what that's really what bringing Geula is. Thank you. At least I have one friend over here. At least another Grom Young like me. I said, at least another Grom Young like me. So we're sitting in the. I'm sorry. So we're sitting in the audience, and we're watching the way the Rebbe is bringing Geula. Are you a partner? Or are you the Rebbe's partner in bringing the Geula? Are you the Rebbe's chassid in bringing the Geula?
Does the Rebbe need us?
Are you related to Yoni Katz? Right, exactly.
Making a reference to discussion.
It's an interesting question, and it's good for a Shalom Zarcha debate. Yeah. L'chaim, it's time to go free. And we have to allow ourselves to go free. It's fine. Amen. We should. The Abe should set us free.
Thank you for coming.
Gershin's music is very liberating. It's in the ship. Such a pleasure to see you. God bless you. I love you, man. What a pleasure. Thank you. Sorry? Say, call it that way, yeah. Yeah. Please, Balabas. Yeah. What's your name? Maybe. We all have our complications. We all have
You look very amazing. You look like you skipped supper. You got a free
L'chaim. Want to say a few words? Want to say a few words? Freeing yourself. Sorry?
I go. I'll save you.
Okay.
Save them from hearing you.
Yeah,
There are a lot of very special people in this room. Seriously.
absolutely.
This guy's one of them. Seriously.
I'm not laughing.
He speaks like perfect Ashkenazi, except he comes from there as well. He completely threw himself over to speak our Hebrew. Besides that, there's a beautiful family. He's special leadership. I love this guy.
L'chaim. Well, how's tomorrow going to be different than today? Be more tired. Yeah. That's a good start. Yeah. There has to be a difference. Boss? Amaisa that Simcha Gorodetsky related? Boss? Who knows? Yeah. Never know. Simcha Gorodetsky. You know the Maisa of Simcha Gorodetsky? So Yishmak Maisa. Simcha Gorodetsky was a Talmud in Ketmimim. and he wasn't feeling well. He wasn't feeling well, so Chatzah Fagin took him to the doctor. The doctor told Chatzah Fagin, the time's up. He's not going to recover. Chatzah Fagin told Simcha, you're not feeling well, go home, spend time with your family. When you're feeling better, you'll come back to yeshiva. Where's the Meister? Where is the Meister? Sorry, you have to drive tomorrow. You okay? You good? So, where is the Meister? So, Chatzah Fagin tells Simcha that go to your family. When you're feeling better, you'll come back to yeshiva. Where's the Meister? Simcha Gorodetsky? Understood. What? It's related, not related. Whatever. Okay. Boss? Who?
We'll see if someone said it right there.
So he was in Shiva, so what did Chatzah Fagin tell him to go home?
Doctor said that he's sick, he's not going to recover, he's going to die. So Chatzah Fagin, instead of the doctor, Chatzah Fagin told him, go home.
Don't die here, die at home.
He said it in other words.
Yeah.
Let me tell you a story of the Mendel. I'll tell you a different story, and then I'll go back to this story. Had a nice for the Mendel. The Mendel was obviously the master of all stories, and he was a great, great storyteller, and he lived through many of the stories, and he experienced many of the stories. One of my Chavedim used to spend a lot of time at a Mendel. So often a Mendel, he didn't give free rides. He demanded from us a lot that we should speak, that we should verbring, we should talk, and we should whatever. And we used to say, "Oh, that Grace Mashpim, the Mendel, you should speak." No, I'm like, no, you have to speak, And some of us took it personal. Whatever, you have to speak. He said, so at a certain point, someone went to visit a Mendel, and he said, he shared a story with the Mendel. Shared a story, Chassidus Shemaisa, that he heard. And there was another Chassid that was there in the Mendel's house when my Chaver was sharing with stories. So Mendel, Elder Chassid, and sitting with somebody his age or almost his age, and somebody, a 20-year-old schnook that's sharing Chassidus Shemaisa. And he finishes telling the story, and the Mendel says, "Oh, Zeh Shem." So this other Chassid that was sitting there, the other Chassid was Shlemke Madanchik. So Shlemke says to the Mendel, "Versteh this story happened with you, and it was different than the way he said it. So what do you mean, Zeh Shem? So the Mendel says, as a Chassid sagt er said, darf man schweigen sich zu hören. So Shlemke says, "Oh, du hast doch dort gewesen. You were there, you saw the story happen." As a Chassid sagt er said, darf man schweigen sich zu hören. Are you from Crown Heights? When I feel mit Shigehad in Meise, kein sein zur Zukunft dorthin. He says, aber du weißt doch, als nicht gewesen mehr Praten, you were there. A Chassid sagt am Meise, darf man schweigen sich zu hören. There's a reason that you hear a story. You don't just hear a story because this guy has nothing to do with himself and whatever. That people that the story was said, and we don't know why the story was said, and somebody was sitting there, and episode gehet, and episode geruk, and episode geshut. But Chassidus Verbring is not in order to hear a new story or not hear a new story. It's so. How is this going to move me? How is this going to shape me tomorrow? How is this going to make my life different tomorrow? And sometimes there's a story that we heard 17,000 times, and we have to hear it one more time, so it's actually going to have an effect on us. Nothing personal, chas v'shalom. L'chaim.
Gaat je vegen, help me met gaat je vegen.
Simcha Gorodetsky was not feeling well, and Chacha Fagan got the news from the doctor that this guy is not surviving. So, and Simcha is insisting going back to yeshiva. So the compromise was that they'll go to the Rebbe. Go to the Frierdiker Rebbe. Whatever the Frierdiker Rebbe says, that's what they'll do. So Chacha first says, I'll first go into the Rebbe, then you'll go into the Rebbe after me. Chacha's thinking was, he'll share with the Frierdiker Rebbe what's going on, and Frierdiker Rebbe will decide whatever he wants to direct the Simcha. So he shared it, so Chacha shared with Frierdiker Rebbe what the doctor said, and then Simcha came in. So the Frierdiker Rebbe said that they have to listen to Hanoah. Hanoah said you have to go to Yeshiva. Doesn't want it. Bleiben not Tomim. So the Frierdiker Rebbe says to him, Bleiben not Tomim, bis jetzt kennst du nicht. The way you were up until now, Tomim, that's not happening. If you follow what I instruct you, kannst du bleiben a Tomim. You're going to be a different type of Tomim, but you'll still be considered a Tomim. So I said, I'm ready to accept. But so Frierdiker Rebbe gave him jobs to do. The marshal fundraising. So you do that Simcha went to Yechitrinislav, and the way that Yitzchak treated Simcha is mamash is kabei bracha la'atzmei. You know this? Know about this? Meredik. Kabei bracha la'atzmei. Know about this? Unbelievable. Mamash treated him like a king. He was the Dem Shliach. He was a bacha. And like Yitzchak, it was in the pays already. So the Rebbe is 22 years old, whatever, 20 years old. So Simcha was there when the Rebbe and the Rebbe was learning with his father, the Rebbe Levi Yitzchak. You know, you're familiar with this? Unbelievable stuff. This is Mamash Kabeh Bracha La'atzmei. There was
What happened when he was
head. It was one of the mices that happened that they were learning outside. They were learning on some type of porch or patio or whatever it was. It was outdoors. It was summer. It was outdoors. And the Rebbe and his father, Yitzchak, were learning. And so and Simcha, and they invited Simcha to join them. Simcha's a bacher. He didn't understand a word of what was going on over there, but they invited him to join. So he was sitting there. At a certain point, if I remember correctly, he asked what the time was. So Rebbe Leivik turned to the Rebbe and said, "No, before Zeged." The Rebbe looked up and said the time. And Simcha lost it. Like, you look up to the sky and you say what time it is. So he wanted to go inside the house to check. So he said he has to go to the washroom, whatever it is. He excused himself. And he went to the house and came to check the time, clock in the house. He came back and he saw it was Mamash the time. It was Mamash be spyless. So he came out 2 minutes later, came out, I don't know, wash or whatever. He excused himself. So the Blake says to him, no, it was the Zeit. It was one of the, it was a story that Rebbe Leivik helped him raise money, raise the mices. So Given HaMaises, again, I heard from Rebbe Yitzchak, Rappaport, that he heard it, the Yadon Tzadik. That one of the shlichus that the Frierdiker Rebbe gave Simcha is that he should go to Moscow. But apparently, the regime, they separated between church and state. So they also implemented that you're not allowed to have religious tutoring. But parents are allowed to teach their children. And then at a certain point in the early 20s, in the early pays, they implemented that you're allowed to have a teacher is allowed to teach up to 7 children. But nobody knew about this. It was a well-kept secret. It was passed the law. That the law passed that you're allowed to teach up to 7 children, but nobody knew about this. So the Frierdiker Rebbe told Simcha, again, it was a bacher at the time, that he should go to Moscow and he should speak to the Rosh Kol, that the Rosh Kol in Moscow should sign a letter that it's true that you're allowed to teach children religious studies, up to 7 children you're allowed to teach. What was the point of that? If you never wanted to create the possibility that there should be chadarim, to hire a teacher to teach 3 children is nishayich. 7 children makes him more shayich. So that was the Frierdiker Rebbe's intention. And he wanted the support of the Rosh Kol. What was the story of the Rosh Kol? This is again compared to Brachalatz. The Rosh Kol used to be close to Chassidim. But at a certain point, he expressed himself not so respectfully about the Frierdiker Rebbe. And there was a bacher there that he showed him, and he told him, and he cursed him out with all the shemas, shenim, and mechakim, v'chulu, v'chulu, mechakim, I'm sorry. And the Rosh Kol, that's it. Nothing to do with Chassidim anymore. So now Simcha got a job that he has to get the Rosh Kol that is antagonistic towards Chabad to sign a letter that it's okay to teach what the Frierdiker Rebbe wanted. So he went, he bought himself a fancy suit, and he bought himself an attaché case. And it's a Chabad gesetzt in Shul, in Moscow Shul. And he's sitting and sitting learning Gemara. Rosh Kol sees a fancy-looking guy. Sitting learning Gemara usually didn't go together. Fancy-looking guy didn't learn Gemara in those days. But wisst du? I'm a secher. I'm a businessman. I'm here for business. Ein Tag, noch a Tag. Rosh Kol became suspicious. Sitting learning Gemara, Hecha from Kol. He looks like a fancy guy. It's not jiving, it's not working, it doesn't make sense to him. Eventually, this is part of his ploy. At a certain point, the Rosh Kol came over to him and says, it doesn't make sense. The lens Gemara via Talmud Chacham. Like, who are you? What are you? He says, where I come from, Mechishkin Talmud Chacham, Pashter Bacher. Wann kommst du? Not Tomim. Lubavitch, those lowlifes, gefährlich. So why are they lowlifes? So he tells him that they cursed me out. Mamish, they treated me, Mamish, like Allah. So why did they curse you out? So whatever, I said something, no big deal. So you said something. Someone tells him, yeah, that's because they said that, but you're different. So he was impressed, though, for a few the days that he was solving it, he was impressed. So what are you here for? So he told him, I'm here because he didn't even listen that 7 children, that they could hire a teacher for 7 children. That's a great Sazach. So sure, he's happy. There was a was noch darfst du Geld. Sure, I'm happy to help you. Was darfst du Geld? Geld of the yeshivas. Sure, I'm happy to help. That's the Maisa. That's the Maisa. What's the Maisa? That's the Mesiras Nefesh. Negate. How are you going to figure this out? This is my job. This is my job. Fine. So here, the Rebbe told him directly. He said it to him verbally. Say that we get the Nefesh Bahamas, but he didn't say it to you directly. I have to achieve something. You have to achieve something. You have to accomplish something. Finally, so he got dressed up in a costume, and he got dressed up. He bought the whole Purim thing that you buy on Amazon, the whole Hatzalah. I have a job to accomplish. How am I doing it? What am I doing? Don't do this, don't do that. So I can find Genukshem for 30 years of saying don't do this, or 30, 35 years of don't do this. So what are you doing? How is tomorrow? What are you doing different today? And as long as tomorrow is the same as today, it's garnished. It's nothing. It's all garnished. And we have to be uncomfortable. We have to be uncomfortable with the fact that we didn't yet bring the Gula Mitzvah Shlema. So what are the Rebbe's tools? What tools did the Rebbe use? The Rebbe used the tools of Torah. These are fundamentals. I'm remember that I should elevate us. Yeah, so we have to learn Megillah Mashiach, absolutely. Allow yourself to be elevated, allow yourself to be redeemed, allow yourself to Arizgim from Golus, and it's good. Shtokim besser Zach of the Welt. Tomorrow should be different than today, and we should have the ultimate change. Now you can say, we should have ultimate change. Sein Hein Banach noch. Sein Somebody told me that he was a kid by the way that was Fabrengens, and he used to get very happy when he heard that. Anybody over here? You were Fabrengens. You were Fabrengens?
Yeah.
That he loved when he heard that I would say, Bahara Kedesh. Yeah, you remember this? Yerushalayim Ira Kedesh, Bahara Kedesh. Then there was, especially in the Nun Aleph and so on.
I was listening to a story.
What do you remember? What?
Zalman Mandel.
Chedesh.
Sugar.
I was the fancy guy. It's Heavy Levy had a sugar kichlach. Not everybody had a sugar kichlach. Bahara Kedesh.
By our table that where we sat, it didn't come over.
We had a buf kichlach.
Herring came, Challah came.
Herring?
Challah.
Where do you come from? I never saw herring in 770. Herring 770?
Some started later.
So the Shleiman. L'chaim. Somebody was saying, somebody said he loves when the lubavitch starts speaking about Mashiach because they know the speech is about to finish.
That's everywhere. Isaac Latin.
It's pretty. That's a cynical comment, but yeah, that was a kochum that Fleming Yula Mashiach. We have to make it happen.
Isaac Latin was saying a story.
L'chaim.
He was in his year before.
Yeah.
And his chavrusa came to Chassan and Mifnach. To Chadashim, he went back at the throne. Do what he has to do.
No.
Either way, so he was stuck himself, and really bachelor. It says, after the 2 months high, things start going well.
Zalman Landau something?
No, it's Isaac on
Oh, okay. It's very well. It's very well. Yeah.
So, either way, there's a Verbrengen Shabbos. Started, he's making a chalot with it. He's on tomorrow he's going to come in time to learn. He's going to start learning. But okay, by the Verbrengen Machen al Chaim to them, that it's going to be good from now on. So it's good. It's back to the Chaim. It's good. The next started, he's gonna make a chavrusa. So it's gonna happen. Then he said he decided he's going to at another step he was going to he's gonna wake up, he's gonna make sure tomorrow he's gonna start waking up, but this is time for Chassidus, he's gonna be there. And from now on, there'll be a time for this. I try to make a l'chaim to Rebbe, over him. Then it says some he decided his kishkis is turning. What's going on? Make achlatas after garnish. He decided that he made achlata by the next Shabbos he's gonna make a report to the Rebbe of how he came to every time to Chassidus. And the Messiah that he's going to, he's made a thought that he's going to report it by the end of the week, how he did it. And then, the Rebbe, by the time, the Rebbe told him the Chaim.
Very interesting.
It's stark about making a chlota. And then I'm going to make that chlota, and then I'm not going to do it as I'm going to... Yeah, right.
Make it real.
Make it how I did it.
Make it real.
Yeah. But you can say make it real that I'm coming tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm coming.
Yeah.
It's not real anymore. I'm going to report.
Part of the poachel. Yeah. Shekoyach for sharing that. Yeah. Everybody knows the Mendel Futterfass. He's a sweet guy, a loving guy. Shy, always sweet words. And it wasn't necessarily always that way. So
Every day or
he didn't always say jokes and treat everything trivially and laugh about everything. There's recently a video that went around, somebody sent me, someone taking a video to Mendel. Mendel gets very upset. Put it on. What? So somebody shared with me that that his son learned a little bit tiny about pet, and Mendel really demanded from guys to learn tiny about pet. That whenever you would approach him, how much tiny you know by heart, you start almost harassing without learning tiny about pet.
His son wasn't educated.
I don't get what you're saying.
His son wasn't around.
Right, battle, yeah.
Yeah, Battle was insane.
From a mailer.
When you're talking about his son, it's not about that. You're talking about
I'm saying anybody that he was speaking.
right.
Kids.
He's saying the story that his son was doing something a little tiny about that.
No,
All
any,
they talk about when he's older.
I'm not talking about battle. Somebody that I know, approached Reb Mendel with his son. I told him Mendel, mein Sohn lernt tiny about pet. He was all excited, Mendel, tiny about pet, tiny about pet. So I said, oh, very nice, was kann er? So father said, well, he knows this. No, I don't remember which truck he mowed at. So the Mendel said, no, Zog. Now the kid didn't really know it. Ach, bluffer. Bluffer. Heet hem daar net. What was it? Read too much into it. At a certain point of being honest, be real. Be real. Be real. Be real. So yeah, I feel favor and yeah, sure. But don't play games. Don't play games. Not in, fooling anyone.
Story mental. One time I should down.
No.
So they have said they come make a clot in the stuff and then stuck and obviously so. After the Shadur, I got to say the same story. Give him a little ride home. There's the whole time in the car, he was very different. Comes out of the car, and he leans on the mirror, leaning on the mirror. Just like that. The Chili didn't have the chutzpah to ask him. After why says Mendel, what happened? So that Rebbe Gumont and himself and Amos Yisrael. Mela eliminated. Come on the two-leg in it. Like come two-leg. Amos Yisrael. It has to be balanced with that. Takaliba. What? I go to Crown Heights. See my alte Chaveirim. It's Geschmack von Herzen. The idea to help him out. Geschmack. Where can I have Amos Yisrael? Traffic. So he comes to Crown Heights. Take the Chassidim, all the Chassidim that he loves. Then there's all the chocolate. All the the point of Russian is that you have to love them also. All these Americans.
Interesting. Yeah.
Like he didn't go for the American. That's enough. He didn't.
Uh-huh.
I just read the story.
Who wrote the story?
I'm probably saying it overturned. I read it, Who wrote it? I don't know. It's printed in the Beis Mashiach Hatam.
Mendel was a very deep guy, very good guy, an amazing guy. Not everybody loved him. That's part of his greatness in my mind.
Everyone likes Donald Trump.
Everybody loves YY. Sorry? I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I went there. No.
Listen, why is the only year?
I'm sorry. Ich habe gar nicht gesagt, ich habe gar nicht
I
gemeint.
don't know what I'm saying, but I was a Muncie, right? I don't know if anyone could go put up a sign, even in over here in Beis Mashiach, 3 on lubavitch, a shear and bustle Lagani Tavshach Hadalit, and he had 50 years in coming. Look to Shiyid, learn a minor, bustle Lagani Tavshach Hadalit. That's all he's teaching for I don't know, 2 hours. Sitting there teaching minor bustle Lagani Tavshach Hadalit.
What I was getting at is that Mendel,
I don't know. Put up a sign, bustle Lagani Tavshach Hadalit. No other fancy.
I can't say that I spent a huge amount of time with Mendel. Well, I did spend time with him. And I never sensed from him that he has a hard time loving Americans less than Russians or whatever. Maybe like a certain type of
So
American.
we have to das water.
Yeah, whatever. Or maybe the story is not perfectly accurate. Yeah, it's also
I'm
possible.
saying it wrong.
Whatever. Well, I'll tell you a different story from Remendel that sounds much more correct to me. I'm not saying this to dismiss what you're saying. I'm just.
You could dismiss it.
I know I could. I know I
get
could.
offended. Say it.
Why not?
Say it. You know, I get offended. Say it. Is that the story the same as that? Is to split the home. That's what people step on you. If I keep my mouth quiet, I won't get offended. You have to be willing to get offended. Part of life.
Nicht das habe ich gemeint, nicht das habe ich gesagt. Verteidigt nicht.
Oh, no, I'm saying no.
I know.
You don't realize.
Chachamahu Eimer. Yeah. So the Mendel, as we all know, was in Siberia. In Siberia, there were many other Yidden there that Mendel met, and Mendel was a magnetic personality. He was a businessman. In fact, when he became a mashpia, there were many people that felt, and the Rebbe made a mashpia, the Rebbe told him he was a mashpia, but there were chachamim that felt that he's not a seicher, nicht mashpia, it's a seicher. Pastis. So we could have different interpretation and commentary as to why the Rebbe wanted the Mendel to be a mashpia, but that was a reality. But he was a seicher. He knew how to communicate properly with people. He knew to connect properly with people, and so on and so forth. I'm still around. I get it. Thank you. So in Siberia, he met a bunch of characters, and many of them were not Shenatera mitzvahs. But in the Mendel's way, he inspired them that come Yom Kippur that they should fast. Know the story? You're afraid to say you do.
I don't know. I don't know where to start.
Yeah. Sorry? He davened with them, whatever he davened with them, and the rest of the time they fasted. At the end of the Tanis, they put together food and l'chaim, and they waited for the Mendel. The Mendel wasn't in a rush. He didn't realize maybe if they were waiting for him, whatever it was. But eventually he finished, and he joined them for the break fast. So they prepared their bulba, their potatoes, whatever else they were able to get their hands on that then they knew that Mendel would eat, and obviously mashke. Now Mendel, and I heard this from Mendel numerous times, that when he was in Siberia, he didn't say the Chaim. You don't say the Chaim alone. It's an alcoholic.
You would think that's the real, the whole story said it, you would think that his paper was
Right. Siberia is much bigger than Canada. Canada is the biggest country, the second to biggest.
So this like a certain city.
Sorry?
It didn't set up like a city.
It was spread around.
I didn't put it on.
Yeah. So the Mendel didn't. Yitzchak Rappaport told me, I mentioned him a few times, Yitzchak told me that he heard from his father that when his father saw Yossel, you remember Yossel Nometin? Sorry, you remember, sorry?
His mother saw.
When Yitzchak's mother saw?
Yeah.
I think I remember him saying his father, but could be his mother. When he saw you, why do you say his mother?
I heard it
Related, no?
It's my father-in-law. I heard it from him.
Shh, are you going to tell him I spoke about him? Don't tell him, because then he won't speak to me ever again. So when Yitzchak's mother saw Yosel, the
They were
what?
going, they used to change the camps. They didn't let anybody stay in the camp too long. Because if they stay in the camp too long, then they know the guards, they know the this.
Right.
So there was the men's camp, this camp, they were making them switch. So on the way passing, she was very down.
Right. That's in Sobrach.
And like he was invaded like in 1 second, like it was like in 1
Just-
second. it was like- I don't know
Just so he thought just because she saw Yosel, I thought it was his father, but could be it was his mother. I trust you. Just seeing Yosel Lamaitin for a second was inspired optimism. Because Yosel used to arrange things. He was an arranger. He used to take care of stuff. He used to make
Basically, they pack it in the feet.
no. That's the point. Nobody saw each other. So it's not like the Chassidim that came and then they actually Yitzchak had a story. Yitzchak's father had a story that the interrogators, the Rishayim that they started speaking, "Was tut mit azam mensch?" So one of them said, "Let's send him to Siberia for." So another one said, "The problem with these lubavitch is that if we send them to Siberia, they'll just open whatever the chadarim or whatever the was, they'll just open in Siberia. The only solution for them is execution." They did it to toy with him, to torture him. But that's what they said. The problem with the lubavitch is that if you send it to Siberia, so they made a point. I don't know if it was a point after, but the Siberia is huge and. So Remendel, I heard this. Remendel told to me that he didn't say l'chaim in Siberia because Alain Zog trinken is a shikir. Talking l'chaim, no, that's it. These guys arrange a table, motzi and kippur, a potato, whatever. Ramashke, kaposhut. Remendel sat down with them. They're waiting for him. So nish getrunken in zeh. Well, trinken, no, that's it in chosid. And they weren't Chassidim. Sie Yidden, sie fine, sie good, but nicht Chassidim. And maybe he refused to drink with them, he only ate with them. They were disappointed, but as they had getan. Chavdala, he comes to the Rebbe, and he starts hearing from the Rebbe, was meant Avos Yisrael, was is that zweite Ried. And for a long time, he was very disturbed by his not realizing was meant Avos Yisrael, but he looked at these Yidden in Russia as Sinishkin Chassidim. I thought we can as a trachten. A Yid, there's nothing greater than a Yid. Samaisa. Sorry, Samaisa. This is from. Said to me, and he discussed it with his chaverim. He kumtas that he didn't recognize that the Rebbe's perspective, the Rebbe's outlook at Avos Yisrael, it's a whole different Avos Yisrael. So Avos Yisrael is zweiter Yid, a feiner Yid, darf man Karav sein, Seder, we're not going to drink with him. The Rebbe said, no, it's a Yid. There's no difference. So at that point he recognized that the Russian Yid is okay, like the Freie Russian Yid is okay, but Seder. But the Mendel geekelt, Chumni is like it's a geekelt. So it's a geekelt bluff. So it could be bluffers or whatever. I don't know. There was a magic, whatever. Anyway.
Remember that. So they're making new states for Remendel.
I'm sure that many more will come out about him. I don't know, whatever.
So it's extra, whatever. Big from.
From who? Who wrote it? Yeah, sure.
So when someone made it Shlomo listen.
All the big Chassidim. L'chaim. Tomorrow will be different, or the abisl formatet. Was? Said it. L'chaim, it's been a pleasure. Thank you so much for inviting me. Could we daven Shachris now or no? What do you mean?
especially as
As well.
but even the Rebbe sagt, es kommt dann schnell. Make sure
Yeah.
he says it there, no one that does the custom, it says it in heart.
Ja, we staan maken een bracha achrene, we zeggen maken bracha achrene. Ki v'simcha seitzeyu. Yom Tov, good Yom Tov, good Yom Tov. Sorry? No.
Voice recorder.
Recorder, higher level on this.
Download
So,
it.
yeah,
I don't know how to do that.
put it on the extender. Turn it on. Save it,
Not
save
the
it.
yeshiva.
What?
So they came to your chabad.
You know what it is?
We're having an ice cream party before Shkia for Matutera for some ice cream. He came back. He came early and he didn't go to the seat. He saw you sitting and he wanted to stand like a mother. Boss, this.
Me?
I said, yeah, is this the Malika Mother?
Yes.
She was
The version is this?
somewhere in the
You have to say, stop screaming.
made a mark.